Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash Southeast Asia versus South Asia. It's been a massive and intense 3 days and now we're here to the final day today. Which region will be supreme, South Asia or Southeast Asia? With me is Chuchu and I'm Tashpati, your host as well as the analyst.
And speaking of yesterday's performance, we thought South Asia really had it strong in the first 2 days, but when it comes to the third day, but they are late bloomers coming up from Southeast Asia team. But so far, feels like a 50-50, but leading for the overall accumulated point is still going to its South Asia side.
Yeah, it has been a very good 2 days. The first 2 days, rather, for me, has been all about South Asia showing their dominance, their momentum, and how exactly they approach the game. While Southeast Asia was left kind of struggling up until yesterday, where some Southeast Asia teams like YOODO Alliance as well as Boom Esports seem to have woken up, as well as FaZe Clan on top of that.
Yeah, but not just that. When it comes to FaZe, on the other hand, they are the only team with the least amount of chicken in that still maintain the top 5. That speaks a lot for all the other teams down there. But there are teams that we did not highlight enough, even though, yes, South Asia is pretty strong, but one of the teams that still struggles is going to be Leo down there. But when it comes to our overview and our schedule, we're heading towards our last day here, which is going to be July the 2nd, and we're going to play the last 6 maps today.
The last 6 maps, which is going to be Sanhok, 3 Erangel maps, as well as 2 Miramars. If you guys have not been paying attention in the last few days here, the point system will have 10 points for teams that get the chicken dinner, and elimination gives you 1 point each. Now, for South Asia, I think their idea of play here is from certain time to certain time, we try and find custom rotations, try to figure out a way into the circle and try to stay as safe as possible before finally going ham and going super aggressive and getting as many of these eliminations as they can before the final circle are to come through. And in a lot of situations as well, we saw most of the rotations for Southeast Asia have been meeting up with Southeast Asia, and Chuchu had talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, but I think that there might be some changes regarding last few games, especially when it comes to the last Erangel and the remaining of Miramar yesterday. We don't see a lot of skirmish happening early on in the first or second stage between Southeast Asia teams. I think they start to get out of their usual rotation just in case they bump into another Southeast Asia team, because it feels like the end of the day, we don't have enough South Asia teams because they're being deleted way early on.
Yeah, we're starting to see a change in that as well. But for now, for those who are not aware, these are your teams that will be competing today from Southeast Asia as well as South Asia. And I think that coming into yesterday, we're starting to see a rise of Southeast Asia. It took a while. A lot of Southeast Asian teams seem to follow this trend of the, I would say, a slow cooker team. Boom Esports, Alter Ego, Box especially had a really good game yesterday. Hale had a first half of the day. FaZe coming up the ranks, as well as I think GEEK SLATE in the last 2 days managed to get a back-to-back chicken dinner over Miramar.
Yeah, speaking of Hale, right, I mean, like, this might be their last tournament for the entire year because they don't have anything else after this. So a lot of them wanting to prove something, since they're not going to play any more tournament for the rest of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so far, come out from 4MV, they are undefeated and unmovable at number 1 for straight 3 days in a row. And now will they be finally shakeable by the teams down there?
And I think this is due to the fact that they're able to put such a great lead in front of them. Even though yesterday the only chicken dinner they got was toward the end of the last map, but they were able to not only consistently bring in points, but elimination points is also there. On top of that, in terms of placements, either top 5 or top 10, their names will be up there. But Boom Esports and FaZe had a huge day yesterday. They climbed up the ranks. They had some pretty impressive rounds that put them all the way here. But again, for Boom Esports and FaZe, it's all about getting that, I would say, good start. But it's a very 50-50 high risk, high reward play, which for me, if you guys are fans of these teams, would give you a heart attack in a bottle.
Now, speaking of Boom, they have been quite okay since day 1. They have been up there in the top 3 for the past 3 days. But the one that actually we should watch out more is going to be FaZe here, with one chicken still standing at top 3. It just shows how aggressive and how balanced they are when it comes to their rotation and when it comes to placement points. If you compare Boom with FaZe right now, definitely FaZe have it more, but it's just elimination-wise, they're sometimes a bit unfortunate. But the team's actually on the second page. Surprisingly, we're looking at Vampires, one of the best team and one of the world champions back in the days in PMWI, now standing at 15th spot. I really don't know what happened to this team right now.
I think it might be the roster shuffle that is going on with the team. There has been some changes to the team. I'm wondering if that is the cause for this. Regardless, I think that for yesterday as well, a lot of eyes are on Alter Ego as well as YOODO Alliance, because if you saw them toward the end of the day, they were up there, definitely up there. On top of that, I think they managed to get second place for YOODO Alliance, I think twice. So it does show that the potential is there, but the question now is whether or not it's too late for them.
But I'm really loving this graphic and this pentagon right now, because back then it shows mostly covered by the side of a green, which is going to be South Asia, but it feels like very balanced between these two regions right now, except for the throw being used, which is going to be the throw will still lean towards side of South Asia. They do love their hand grenades and their smokes, but in the end of the day, whether they can deliver or not, that's a different story. Because South Asia, they're pretty balanced in every aspect, if you ask me.
I think it's more of like every single thing they do is with intentions, it's very deliberate compared to Southeast Asia, which is more of like, you know, kind of like thinking like, okay, there might be someone there, let's just clear it with the nade, instead of making sure there is going to be someone there. So it's a very different style of mentality and play, but I think for South Asia, this sort of deliberate plays and this sort of caution and making sure that you can manage your resources well is kind of the reason that puts them ahead in terms of clinching that chicken dinner in the end. Because sometimes I think the difference between life and death is whether or not you still have a smoke, whether or not you still have another nade.
That's kind of true. And speaking of Southeast Asia, if you look at the knockdowns just now, so many knockdowns being done by the side of South Asia, but the one that translated into elimination points usually be taken away by South Asia teams. So that's also a statement saying that there's a bit of a time gap for Southeast Asia teams to wrap up their fights there. So being stolen away by a different team and usually coming up from South Asia, it just shows that how cautious they are when it comes to finish up the fight. So that's something that we can learn from South Asia today.
Let's talk a little bit about adjustments. I think yesterday you highlighted a lot about teams like Boom Esports and FaZe, how they're able to really adjust themselves from day 1 and 2 all the way to day 3. Can you share with us a little bit about that, Chichu?
Regarding adjustment, I mean, like, definitely for the side of not vampires. Yes, Tony K is playing, but definitely not changing when it comes to overall ranking. But on the side of FaZe, they have been consistently getting themselves in top 8 almost every single map, even though they're having a hard time to read out the rotations and even how the frags come out from South Asia team. But they observe. For the first 2 days, they observe, but making sure they're not extended their fight too long and not putting themselves in a jeopardizing situation where they can observe and be safe at the same time. But elimination-wise, not so much. But at least they got themselves those placement ranks. That's why FaZe do have better placement than Boom. But on Boom's end, it's a bit different, where you can see Yummy and sometimes Pombit even taking a fight all by himself, but lucky enough the response with all the other teammates coming in quite early so they can actually clutch it out.
Yep. Speaking of that, these are your matches for today. Starting off at 7 p.m. Singapore time will be Sanhok, followed by 3 Erangel maps and 2 Miramars. Let us know in the comments which teams you think will come up on top, and give us your predictions, because Chuchu and I, obviously, we have our predictions alongside our casters, Sir Cloud as well as Contra. So, you know, yesterday's Chuchu's predictions have been pretty on point, and I think
Yours too.
I mean, it was all right. It was all right. I mean, coming from someone who came into the tournament quite late, you know, there was only so much I could do. But yours have been pretty great as well, on top of, like, you know, keeping an eye out on FaZe. So it does show here that patterns will still sort of be the same. It is going to be there. But today, I think we'll be seeing a whole different story. I think we had this conversation just now, or rather you said this, that we should watch out for South Asia today.
Especially today, because we do know they are pretty good when it comes to making a grand entrance in day number 1, and now they want to reclaim. And we do know for a fact when it comes to the globals, the worlds, even in PMGC or PMWI, most of the teams in the top 5 coming up from South Asia as well. So they are very high caliber players. But the one that we should watch out of overall is going to be 4MV, because they have been consistently up there.
I wanted to say that all of the top performers for Sanhok are all South Asian teams.
I'm not surprised.
Why do you think that?
Well, they are aggressive, but the way they perceive the passiveness of Southeast Asia, they utilize it instead of just wait it out. That's one thing that we should mention about the teams coming out of South Asia, especially T2K. They're from Nepal, but at the same time, they are so reckless and aggressive that up to the point they don't have second thought when they're running down and gunning down the teams out there. That's the case for T2K. I mean, they're one of the most aggressive team in this tournament right now.
And I think for T2K yesterday, toward the end of the day, a lot of their aggression has been punished by the Southeast Asian team. So I think that is something that they need to take a step back and think about. But let's talk a little bit about the interview we had yesterday with STALWART Esports. Yeah, I know. You talked a lot about that. So what do you think? What do you think of what the coach said yesterday, and what are you expecting today?
I mean, like, based on the previous interview and yesterday's as well, he definitely was looking forward for Southeast Asia team to push up to their next level gear when it comes to day 3 and 4, because most of the teams out there do anticipate that Southeast Asia team play a bit later, because maybe they want to revise first their rotation to avoid those clashes, and how to overcome instead of thinking on the spot and put yourself in a critical situation where you have to think and you have to justify what to do next. But in their case, it's best to, you know, we may play slow for a bit, we play low profile, we might lose some in the first 2 days, but for South Asia, they playing the patience game on their side.
I think it's always good to really take a step back and really understand. And I think it's always important to really, you know, those VOD reviews that we want to talk about in terms of like how these players do it, how Southeast Asia does it, is to understand how the rotations are going to go. Of course, there are drills, as well as understanding how each player works. So if these players understand or know or can figure out which teams they are running into in terms of the rotations, they can kind of like figure out like, okay, this is for MV. how does 4MD play, and how do we counter that if they can know which team is in that area.
Now, the problem is, fine, if you can adapt to it, you can adjust, you review the VODs, great for the team, but the problem will be if South Asia happen to be bringing a different set of gameplay today, knowing for the fact, you know what, they start to adapt to our play now, we have to give them a different side of play that we have not delivered yet, we haven't shown them yet. So they definitely have different cards on standby for South Asia teams here.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting to see because I mean, again, it's sometimes it's not about like playing aggressive and changing your gears, playing not aggressive. Sometimes the aggression can be perceived in a different way, whether or not you want to play more CQC, whether or not you want to play more long range. I mean, we saw, I think NBeSports did a lot of long range pickoffs yesterday, and it has been like this mostly kill steals actually for the third party. So I'm really wondering if third party might be a different way they want to approach this, because yesterday again I want to highlight that toward the end of the day we saw a lot of, I would say, 3-way 4-way fights coming through because a lot of teams are surviving toward the last few circles, which means it's going to be very packed in terms of rotations, very packed in terms of trying to take up space.
But when we talk about Sanhok as our first map, it's very circle dependent. So like it or not, you cannot play that long range too much.
No.
At the same time, you have to prepare yourself with those DBS because we do know it's going to be a CQC weapon. Surprisingly, we're looking at South Asia. Mostly we will be discussing about how much South Asia team try to adapt themselves to South Asia, but don't forget South Asian teams also adapting to Southeast Asia teams as well, because if you notice, since day number one, they're not really in favor using those DBS. They prefer to use those UMP, those SMG, the micro Uzis even, and the rifles as per usual. But when it comes to halfway through this tournament, they start picking up DBS as well. So imagine if, with such aggression showing by South Asia team at first, without those DBS, make it work, and it really work. Imagine if they start to use and utilize so well of those DBS, and what happens to South Asia then?
It's called pop. Just immediately popped and turned into a box. That's going to be very unfortunate. And I think that for DBS, I think the best way to counter this is to not give them the space.
The problem is you get surprised.
I know, that's the problem, right? If you're able to quickly mark them, that will be great. So, let's see what exactly these teams can bring to the table and what exactly their answers are. Because again, I think from the past, 2-3 days, it's always been South Asia that really thrives on Sanhok. And even though, this conversation I had with Sir Cloud and Contra before about how this map can be, I would say, a lot more RNG compared to the rest because it's a smaller map and it's very circle dependent. It's also another situation where whether or not, how brave are you to take these rotations, to take these fights, because I feel like for Sanhok, the more aggressive teams will be rewarded.
Wow.
And for me, these are my, whoa, okay, here we go. High five, baby girl.
It's not my prediction. I'm disclaiming. If I actually hit the spot there, I'm going to claim it, okay? I'm going to take the credit. But this is going to be my manager's prediction for today.
Oh, okay. But those are my predictions.
But I personally feel like Sanhok is sort of a map that's 50-50 to a Southeast Asia and South Asia team.
Oh, you think both? Okay.
Yeah, because
why?
NBeSports did actually secure the first one in first day, and the second Sanhok, it was Vampire Esports on day 2, and maybe took the third, but based on trend, maybe today is South Asia teams.
I really think it's going to be South Asia as well, but let's see what our casters have to say. Sir Cloud and Contra, are y'all ready to go into the islands of Sanhok?
Oh, absolutely. And of course, it's a great breakdown of all the things that have happened for the past 3 days. And
high five, baby boy.
High five before we go.
Yeah.
Baby boy, I'm so not used to it. Please don't.
But they say baby girl, so we can't say baby boy.
Yeah, because baby man sounds weirder, right?
Yeah, high five, baby man.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, going to trends, as spoken by Tash Bunny. So day one, it was, I believe it was SA that have gotten the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
On the next day, we start to see Vampire Esports got one. And yesterday, once again, goes back to South Asia. So is this going to be a Southeast Asia chicken dinner or not? What say you?
Well, if we look at just trends, right, there's a rise of Southeast Asia. Even the point gap right now is about 30-ish points.
Yeah.
At some point, it was like 70, and then it was like 100, and now it's like 30-ish. So I don't know. But there was also mentioned during the analyst desk when you were paneling, I believe it was day 1 or day 2, that it was mentioned that Southeast Asia teams need time to warm up. So I guess if any warm-up time, it's already passed, and this is the time where they will really show their stuff. However, if you look at the trend, there are only, out of the 8 Southeast Asia teams, right, the ones that's really carrying the points for Southeast Asia, realistically, are teams like Boom, teams like, not even Vampire, Boom, Alter Ego, actually, carrying majority of the points.
Exactly, and we were looking at the charts earlier, drastically, it was a shift of gears hitting the day tree where even the damage numbers have surpassed some of the teams out of South Asia, but they have not translated that into elimination points. So let's see if that's going to happen here as we kickstart our first match of the final day of PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Southeast Asia versus South Asia.
Oh, the last Sanhok. Wow, this is the fastest map, the last game for Sanhok today, day number 4. So this is the map that I'm pretty sure all the teams can't wait to get over.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up that fact because it really felt like, hey, there's a lot more to be played out, but this, in fact, is going to be the very final matchup in this tiny island. So perhaps certain teams may just actually go all out. We're already seeing Vampire Esports taking the areas of Ruins as they will eventually be met by DRS coming in from Nakam as well as Sami over the south side. Apparently there's not going to be many more teams around that vicinity, but as for 4MV, a team that has been revered to score plenty amount of chicken dinners throughout the past couple rounds, will kick things off inside of Painan. Something interesting is going to happen over on the north corner, it seems, because T2K as well as another squad, which is Boom, is going to be in close proximity with one another.
I think the closer one will be in Hatin, FaZe Clan and GEEK SLATE, again, round number 3. I have this theory of why they are still challenging each other for Hatin. That's because of the preparation for PMSL. So that could be the case.
Yeah.
But looks like we have another one as well. AGI8 have company in the compound.
And that's going to be Box Gaming that will be playing on the outskirts. Hopefully they do have a couple of loots to begin with. T2K chasing up against one of the sharpest shooters, hailing from Indonesia. Razy, I believe he does have a weapon, but he's running out in the open, and that is going to be first blood secured by T2K.
T2K taking out Razy. Razy, well, they are top performers, in fact. Yesterday, he had a really good show inside of Miramar, but we'll hang that thought for a second. Now, Hail Esports onto AGI8, but Tiger is down.
It's definitely going to be a tough challenge, and that DPS shot is so nasty. Falak, he didn't even have to even bat an eye. Immediately taking down Flash, but he has to actually clear the compound. There is going to be Get Slow. Suppressed by the corner wall with the Thompson. He does nail one down. Falak is going to be pretty low. Tag team on both ends to go in for equal trading. Tiger initiates, brings out the UMP. They're taking position right now. Falak could basically go for the jump shots. Tiger's got to be absolutely careful.
Oh, but the DBS is in the hands of AGI8. If only they can find the right angle. They're trying to land the shot, but Tiger, really, really smooth, but finally coming in from behind, sandwiching Tiger, Hail Esports out.
AGI8 with their aggressive plays. You see how tactically executed that was as they took their sweet time with Fallout really clearing up so much room for the entirety of the team to be able to do more. And it was unfortunate for Hill that they were kind of segregated and they definitely took a while before they can trade back. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance heard all those form of noise and they won in. Tried to pick on a slightly weakened Aegon I8, but I think they still stand a chance on this fight.
Olio took down by Box Gaming. The rest of YOODO Alliance, I guess they're still looting because it's still early stage. But with Olio currently down and the rest of YOODO Alliance only appearing now, I don't know if they'll be able to make it in time.
Yeah, it definitely will be pretty difficult, but Shamil's already on the way. Black's going to be up by the corner of the hill, so they will be able to take multiple angles to hold out against the rest of Box Gaming if they want to. Aegon I8 is not really in the best of spot as well because they are inside that compound. Once they do step out, there is 2 teams lying in the way.
Ooh, we have something else lying in the way, but that's nothing related to the game. Yeah, that is off camera, but nevertheless, we have Box Gaming still on YOODO Alliance. Shamil, spots out Box Gaming. TN2K will be down, long range onto him. Leo survives though.
Yeah.
So they are back as a 4.
It's such a sharp shot coming in from the lower ground itself. Shamil pops open the door, takes a little peek, and Tien is slowly getting tagged out. Shamil is still marking onto the location, and Flax will be able to finish the job. Not sure if they do spot out Gosu, but it seems like Flax has an idea already. Just a tiny little shack, and Box Gaming, too far of a spread. I don't really fancy the chances of them going for a fight against YOODO Alliance right now.
But they seem to be locking each other in, right? You can't think about it. So it's not only YOODO Alliance, it's also AGIA down there. So 3 teams next to each other, locked up, and outside the zone. So if we look at the trends of locking out teams outside the zone, normally it's the South Asian teams. But now, speaking about unlocking, YOODO Alliance wants to unlock the box that is Box Gaming. Olio almost getting it, but he got counterfire from the hill.
And there's more suppression shots coming in for the rest of Rob Fox Gaming as well. Gosu holding down the line and now looking for another one. But Addict Luke, he comes in with a flank as well. Olio finally brought down his knees. 1-for-1 trade going in for both Southeast Asian squads. And Kwang decides that he needs to go up close and personal, and that's where he tries to lob a grenade. Oh, not sure if it's going to connect, but it looks pretty good for now.
Looks like the answer is no. Now he's out of nades. He just expanded the second one. The second one does connect on the flags. And he will finish off with a shot from his M4. Kwang still supported by his teammate from the other side though. Olio is alive. Adi looks way on the other side.
Yeah, it's
so
almost,
he will not intervene for now.
It's almost an impossible angle for him. Kwang, 1 versus 1 right now. And final tap coming in from Olio. That gives him a little more time. He needs to save Shamil right now. And Addict Luke, he's only being picked up by AGI8. UZM. I've heard those shots, and he will find it.
Yeah, 3-way relationship here. Oh, Drongzin comes in at the right timing to finish off Shamil. Kwang still has the opportunity to be revived by Drongzin. But Drongzin, he cannot make a mistake because it's only him now.
This early engagement is just so interesting between these 3 teams on how they interact with each other. Especially for YOODO Alliance right now. They were the first movers to get a lot of all these takedowns, of course, taking out the equation of what happened against Hill, where Igai8 successfully claimed 5 points right now. Especially Addict Luke sitting on the outskirts, being spotted out. Now Olio as well as Flax. It's got to actually land those shots, but it's only down to Olio right now. Another grenade onto Trongzin, but he has to actually push forward, and that is the end of it.
But Drongzin, okay, he doesn't have any first aids. Okay, he's looting right now. 1 first aid found. Since it's still stage 1 to stage 2, he should have enough time to reset himself.
Yeah.
Okay, timer is ticking right now. We'll know soon.
Yeah, thankfully the upcoming phase is not too far away. They just have to bypass Quarry and stay afloat while there is Aegon I8 that will actually be ahead of Box Gaming at this meantime. And Trongzin, he still finds another one! Oh wait, that's actually Aegon I8. UZM, he's looking so sharp today.
Yeah, he just came like out of nowhere, just shooting from afar and taking them all out. I mean, they were waiting for that to happen. They were just waiting for like, okay, once everyone stops fighting, everyone's like looting, trying to heal themselves up, okay, they won't go far from wherever they were the last time they saw them. So they just wrap around and finish up the job.
Yeah, just absolutely love the tenacity of Aegon I8. Now they do spot out NBeSports moving up the hill, and Hanbit, he will unleash some clips, but he will be the first one to be tagged out by GEEK. Sek has been able to do massive amount of damage throughout the course of the run, and Yummy stood no chance. Sek is just so sharp.
Well, that is Sack and Destroy, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, Esports destroyed. Just like that. And they were at second place before this. Although the gap, but you have 6 more games in total. But with this early elimination, this allows for MV to pull further away.
Much further away. And looking at Boom Esports, there seems to be some inconsistency heading into day 3 as well as day 4. Well, of course, you posted up the clip of what really went on yesterday with, you know, even some of all these casualties of, you know, accidentally nading your own teammate or just nading yourself. It just feels like perhaps some form of confidence has been taken away from this Indonesian squad. But hey, there's still more games to go. But early round for them inside of Sanhok. we'll see them lose out a little bit more points. That also means that FaZe Clan gets to catch up.
Only 2 points difference between FaZe Clan and Boom, so yeah, not too far away. NBE as well, at this point, they are 4 points difference than Boom. And then you have a little bit more gap with STE. For now, it's 12 points. So I would say yes, but to catch up to 4MV itself, it's going to take a few more rounds.
Yeah, they definitely do need very massive wins in order to catch up to 4MV, and also at the same time, they need to also hope that 4MV gets taken out early, which is very rare of an occasion because 4MV, they play a very stable game in the early rounds. Meanwhile, Octa, out of Alter Ego Esports, spots some of all these players out of NBeSports over on the opposite side of the hill. They'll be playing across the ruin sector, where there's still many of all these teams for them to deal with from the back as well.
Speaking about teams coming in for the back, right? So T2K, one of them, since they're tanking the blue, 3 first aids onto Rig shouldn't be a problem. But I wonder which team will they bump into. We'll have some sort of an idea in about 20 more seconds when the circle starts to close, and that's where we'll be shown the map. It'll be interesting to see like how many teams do choose to be on the main peninsula or on the Ruins Island, because the last we saw the circle, it was still 50-50 between the two.
Yeah, and I want to quickly point out that T2K, we started with the team arriving at Cow, and imagine how far of a rotation they've actually made by journeying their way in towards the southern side and now still tanking on the blue zone. But we could absolutely understand that it's hard to actually predict where this one goes, but it will be in between the Charlie side of the island as well as some parts of Painan. So still plenty of grounds to play out. DRS will have an absolute control towards the south side. They will remain uncontested, but we assume that there's going to be a lot of fights happening across ruins.
Yeah, T2K. So they're coming in from the south. Quite a good spread actually between like the two areas and the teams as well. So I don't expect to see another fight happening really, really soon, unless a team chooses to crash into. But considering like the elimination feed is now stable, I mean that's also because like stage 3 we got like a lot of fights happening. 4 teams already eliminated. I guess this middle stage will be more of a chill stage until maybe stage 4 onwards.
Yeah, probably 4 onwards. Meanwhile, Ghost is not gonna wait until stage 4 to do some initiatives. Meanwhile, the trades goes right back. Fallout gets knocked. He should be safe for now. Quick pickups coming in from Ghost, as we did see that AGIA, they do have, you know, swaps between some of all these rounds where they do bring Blade into the later stages of the round from time to time. But this seems to be their staple for at the moment. So Apex, they tried to trade right back from quite a long range. For MV is definitely not giving way from these cities of Painan.
Ooh, T2K choosing the other side, the Ruins Island instead, which is okay. I mean, 60% of the circle is on the Ruins Island. So if you talk about probability, Ruins Island has a higher probability of getting the next phase of the circle, although it can still scam and pull on to the main peninsula. So, but that will be a different discussion the moment it happens.
Yeah.
But on the current probability, I can see why they do so.
Yeah, and the early birds definitely do get the worm, and speaking of which, it's going to be UZM again. This time finding Suyuk, crossing the river, and there's still one more stuck in the waters. Rakes, he's got a lot to do right there. Sanhok getting caught out by rules as well. DRS, a steady start overall. T2K, perhaps they had too many ideas of going for these rotations, and now they're also being clipped up by Aegon I8, and this blue zone just sets in. Damage being done. So Riggs doesn't really have much time to work with.
Yeah, not much time, not much space, and headshot onto Riggs. Fallout will finish off with a nade. T2K is out, and we will now have 11 more teams to go. But T2K, not empty-handed, still managed to get 2 elimination points in the process.
Yeah, not too shabby after all, especially from all these problematic run-ins that they did have. So right now, I guess like they do actually get the predictions right. It's just that they needed to cross the river, but Aegon I8 was holding them back for way too long. So currently, we see a lot of all the SA squads already being in the upcoming circle. So DRS, Aegon I8, as well as 4MV. These are the tough squads to beat in order to get in.
And we had a quick visual on Vampire Esports' lineup because they are one of the teams who like to swap around their lineup. This time around, Stone as well as Fluke is taking a break, and I can totally understand why. It's because they are keeping their lineup fresh in preparation for the PMWI next. So they don't want to like, okay, one whole lineup to play this entire one and then the same lineup to play PMWI again. So they are they are taking this opportunity to refresh as well as to experiment on the different types of lineup.
Yeah, the dynamics definitely do differ. Tops sees one running target, immediately takes him down the vector as well. This boy is going to be knocked out cold, but there are still more troubles ahead for Mondo. They need to take Tops out of that position, and he's going to cook up another grenade, but he's already flushing right in. Point blank, he will be dropped nonetheless. Mondo, much swifter with the UMP.
Wow, because he had cover fire from the back, from Arcas especially, so they work well as a team. Now, Nurse is just going to go in as a cleanup crew. The rest of STE still can be revived, and this compound can be theirs. Only one more left to go as Arcas comes in. And Akash, can he be the one to do it? Akash 1v1 right now, dancing around with a UMP. Jump shot onto him, but the shots will not land yet.
Akash going for the reload, going in with another jump shot, and the blue zone sets in.
Whoa!
Does get the takedown at the very end of it, but he's got to make a run for his own life before saving his teammates. But the shot right underneath these houses will secure it for STE.
Well, action's not over yet as we have action now on the other side. Alter Ego and Vampire Esports. GEEK SLATE as well from behind. But Alter Ego putting more focus on the GEEK SLATE. DBS in the hands of Fnatic. The nade will be evaded by Fnatic. Good for him there, but the second nade will connect onto him, taking out 30% of health. And Fnatic still needs to win the fight with the DBS.
GEEK SLATE, they tried to reposition. They've been able to actually form this chokehold against Leo, but damage being done. They need to also get Damrud back on track. New zone will appear, but Sonics will be able to suppress Fnatic at the very least. Meanwhile, one member being knocked out outside the play zone, that's going to be STE. I see Alter Ego does not walk out of this game with any points at all.
Ooh, play zone taking out Liquid from Leo. So some of them still caught on the outside of blue. But speaking of being caught, Hyde Dami caught as well. Needs to take the fight before moving in, but their fight's not going to be easy as they will be facing the full squad of Vampire Esports.
And this is definitely going to be a tough battle for GEEK SLATE. They have to bypass multiple squads. Sonic's trying to clear a little bit more room. There's also a member of 4MV and East is just lying by the corners of the water, cutting across from behind Nan. So that's an ample amount of time for Leo to go in for the reset, so I'm just going to go for the save. Gante tagging onto Baron. Oh, this pickup will be pretty much effective, but Damrud's not giving his position away.
Damrud not giving his position away, but he'll be forced to move anyway right now. Okay, he has only 2 first aids, but now he's forced to take the shot as well. The shots do connect onto the vehicle, but he failed to get a knockdown. But Damrud's position compromised as well. He's on the lower ground. Damrud immediately knocked down by the one and only Hyde Dami.
Hyde Dami, he continues to do it over and over again. And the day that he actually aced out the entirety of Hill Esports was also with a DBS, so he definitely is one of the best out there in South Asia. Meanwhile, going back into Mabetex, they're dealing with the rest of DRS that's invaded the compound. And Delta, he's going to have a little bit more of a safety net, but there is going to be a Molotov being tossed right on the outskirts. Not going to be able to clip. Baron will be supplemented with a little bit of a smoke grenade, while DRS, they got to amp up some of all the speed because there is a fallen member that Delta needs to rescue, but the rest of Mabetex is not allowing them to do so.
Oh, Delta needs to reset quickly. They're getting closer and closer. Delta with the nade in hand. He has 2 frags. He knows where they are. He released the first nade into the house, but the nade a little bit overcooked. Delta revealing his position, but not going to be an issue. He gets the knockdown to Wally, but the nade from Gunter to Delta. He naded his own teammate.
Oh, that was not supposed to happen. And Gante, he was hoping to actually help out by priming it into the door, but it does buy a little bit more time. He could still go in for the safe if he wants to, but needs his teammate to crawl out. And I don't think he has much time. And Kese, he's gonna go for the chase as well. Gante, he's got to deal with the rest of Vampire Esports that have just arrived to the scene.
Oh man, I mean this is like, hey, I want to help, but oh, you know, that sort of scenario. And because of that, DRS got eliminated. I mean, not really because of that per se, but that fight maybe could have gone another way if that self-nade didn't happen.
Yeah, then I guess it's just a little bit of a tough scenario where you will need to do something in those instances to try to get advantages, but there's just not a way out for DRS in that moment. Now in the top 4, 4MV has the most in numbers. Vampire Esports playing from the back side of the hill. Over onto his spine, this is where Mabetex runs out in the open and gets caught out by the rest of Aegon I8. Newsy, he's gonna have a shooting spree going on, and Cassie's the only one left standing in the way and will be cleared up.
Yeah, there'll be pressure by the blue anyway, so it's either the blue or Vampire Esports. And it's gonna be Vampire Esports with 11 eliminations at this moment. Whereas on the other side, 4MV, still a full squad, not worried at all, unchallenged at this point. But for Ghost, this will be his next challenge. He's crawling into the circle, but he might expose himself soon.
Yeah, he's just gonna tank a little bit more of that damage, but he should be able to arrive just by the very edge of it. Oh, he does not have time, and Ghost, he will be defeated. But that is 11 elimination points for Aegon I8.
Yeah, 11 with a 3rd place finish. I mean, that's impressive enough. But now, let's see if 4MV can do it again, as Ravenclaw now will be shot at. Ravenclaw living by the slither of his health.
Oh, I don't think he has time. He's got to make a move. He could not even heal up. And Apex, he take that golden opportunity. And just like that, 4MV will continue to get themselves another chicken dinner for South Asia.
They got the last chicken dinner yesterday, and now they're starting off the day with a chicken dinner. And not only that, if you remember, 3 or 4 of their members are in the running to be the FMVP.
Yeah, it's just one of the names out there. Take your pick. Is it East? Is it Doc? Like, there's so many incredible talents that have emerged out of South Asia, but For America Vibes is a class above the rest.
Absolutely. In one generation, it was STALWART Esports. Another generation, it was Zeus. Another generation, it was IAC. And now the new generation from the Mongolian region, For America Vibes, unchallenged. And because of this chicken dinner, I believe they got a decent amount of elimination points as well. They might have hit the 200-point mark.
Yeah, probably will be the case, and that leaves this competition hanging in the line where other teams, do they have what it takes to even catch up to the rest of 4MV? Though we did actually get a lot of all these early contests in these matchups, I think like it didn't really do too much favor for some of all these teams of Southeast Asia, where we see YOODO Alliance as well as Box Gaming collide, but Aegon I8 were the biggest survivors out of those fights over on the eastern side.
Yeah, Aegon I8, I mean, their game plan was to play aggressively, and I believe it did work because they managed to get 11 elimination points, which was pretty decent. It's just that they haven't got the chicken dinner yet, just to like, yoo-hoo, chicken dinner, right? But anyway, how can you complain with that amount of elimination points?
Yeah, we always see Aegon I8 clinch so many of all these elimination points as if it's that they've already got that reward of a chicken dinner just by earning takedowns. So that's definitely something great to watch. But I think that there's a lot of things that we have to discuss, but we'll leave it to the analyst desk. So of course, we will get back to where Tash Bunny as well as Chuchu's at.
What a start here for 4MV. Thank you very much, casters. We're back here at the analyst desk, and I think it's something that Chuchu already highlighted earlier today, that we have to keep an eye out for 4MV. Given today that it's the last day of the, I would say, the PMRC. Chuchu, what are you thinking?
I think 4MV just adapted to how Southeast Asia and South Asia both region plays now, because we're going to talk in depth after this. Before that, we're going to have 9 eliminations for 4MV, but look at Vampires and Aegon I8. I agree, Aegon I8 played their heart out for this round and this particular map. Not just that, they've been gatekeeping. Their teams come from the northern side of the main island just now. And because they have been playing around the rim of a circle, so it's easy for them to farm those eliminations. But on the side of 4MV, you mentioned about the question just now, right? Yes, we saw first day a lot of teams, especially South Asia, have been playing alongside of the white line of the circle. And for them to actually adapt to this, they play a bit later for South Asia so they can find those eliminations at the border of the circle as well. They're playing a bit slower than usual. But yeah, this is going to be play of the match. East, we do know East, the only one actually not on the top play or the MVP
The performers,
top, it's going to be just refused for now. Yeah, still East, Apex, and Doc is always up there. Now for MV, what they adapt to this is they play the center since they know nobody else is playing around the center. Now we take the center because they know all these teams have this mindset. Everybody wants to farm around the circle. We might as well just play in the center because there's nobody's there.
Yeah, I think it's a good adjustment coming into the last day. That it means they've already done their homework. They're understanding how each team would be playing. Regardless, coming into the overall rankings, the gap between the first and second place is still going to widen today with 5 chicken dinners already for MV. Now, we can see that for AGI8, it's interesting because they're in 6th place. They're climbing up the ranks, but they don't have a single chicken dinner.
But if you look at the overall eliminations, they're definitely up there. They actually deserve to be on the top 5 if compared to even STE. Because of this placement, they can secure themselves the 5th place. So, Egg and I, they have this mindset they want to go for elimination. Their main objective is always going to be those eliminations. They don't care about the placement. It's going to be a bonus for them if that happens because it's more easier in this format right now to have more eliminations than those placements.
I think in a lot of situations as well, it's not uncommon for you to get more eliminations than the first place spot, which is the chicken dinner. Regardless, let's have a look at the predictions for our first Erangel map. And okay, I mean,
yours
I was a little bit off the mark, but I think it's gonna be. I really think it's gonna be for MV once again. Again, as you mentioned before, I think the same sentiment has been shared between you and I. How for MV, because they're so far ahead right now, they want to make sure they can dominate the entire rankings. Because sometimes you think about it as SA versus SEA, but I think for these teams as well, it's also a statement to make to not only Southeast Asia but also the other teams in their region. Like, hey, look at how far away I am from all of you guys.
Well, they are the champions for their own respective PMPL for the side of South Asia, which is going to be for MV. So they have to maintain their stature, knowing the fact they are the champions from that region, and they deliver. So you cannot deny that anymore. But for me, Boom do have the potential because they're willing to take the risk.
Yeah.
Especially, we do see some blunders happening to Pombit yesterday, but it happens for most of the teams that we watched even just now. Some team happen to be nading their own team members.
Let's talk a little bit about FaZe. I think you were saying keep an eye out on FaZe coming into today. So we're going to put them head-to-head with STE. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a very different playstyle between FaZe and STE. While FaZe, I do see they're trying to adapt and trying to go as aggressive by pushing some players for their flanks to try to find some information. STE, on the other hand, they are very observant if you compare it to FaZe. If you look at STE, I feel like it's not the usual STE you're used to know them. It feels like a bit... they feel like they just pull back a bit their potential here. I'm not sure what's the game plan coming from STE, but it's more about them not being as aggressive or being more adventurous for their territory, but instead they're playing as safe as possible.
I mean, the coach did say to us that they're trying out new things here at PMRC. They said they're trying to change up the way they play, they're trying to test out new things, and they weren't happy with a lot of the outcome, according to the coach. I mean, we did ask them what was their goal here, and they said until their strats have been perfected, that will be the outcome they want to see. But so far, they haven't seen that quite yet. But for those who are at home, match 2 about to happen in a few minutes here. You're going to see 3 maps of Erangel. So Chuchu and I will have a very, very differing team predictions here, where Chuchu is going to go for Southeast Asia. I'm going to go for South Asia. I feel like, again, Southeast Asia, my predictions are going to be a little bit later because I always feel like Southeast Asia tends to warm up a little bit toward the late side of the day. And coming into the top map performers, we're going to be seeing the same suspects again, with the only Southeast Asian team being FaZe today. I think Chuchu has pretty much shared her sentiment about FaZe, but what about NBE? I don't think we talked about them yet.
NBE, as long as you don't actually try to fight them in CQC, I think that's going to be fine. But NBE or NBeSports in this case, they are sort of a team that very opportunist. You know, when they see a situation that they will favor towards their victory, then they only partake towards that sort of fight. But if something is too risky for them, sometimes they just take a step back and see what's more benefit. Is it going to be going against the blue zone beneficial for them just to fight those teams? they know when to just walk away from this fight sometimes. You know, they are more tactical in that sense.
I mean, when we talk about tactical, I mean, we talked about how STE can be tactical. We talk about how, you know, DRS or even for NB can be that same. But the thing is, like, whether or not these teams will still be maintaining that momentum. I think for STE, the coach said that, you know, times have changed. Southeast Asia hasn't adapted to the new South Asia quite yet. It's been very different since, you know, the last clash. And I'm really curious to see whether or not this past 3 days has been a situation or a teaching moment here for the Southeast Asian teams. So whether or not it's going to be the case, let's pass it over to our casters, Sir Cloud and Contra. What do you guys think?
I think... Welcome back, baby boy.
Okay. I'm still thinking about,
Yeah.
you know, like how dominant this 4MV team is. I know Tash had her one prediction to be a little bit late to celebrate with that. But right now, 197 points is just so hard to beat with only 5 more maps to go. Perhaps this might just be that perfect moment. If 4MV can actually get one more again, it pretty much seals it for them.
Yeah, even if I want to say like, someone would catch up to them, it has to be a disaster for 4MV at this point. And looking at how consistent they are, and obviously they have the most chicken dinners as well, the trend-wise, it seems unlikely that they will go all the way down, right? So I do expect 4MV to continue on being very strong, but whether they will continue on to be as strong or not, I think the answer will be yes. Because you might as well, right? If you're already up there and you have like a few more games. Yeah, why drop the ball, right? You want to end on a high anyway because you want to carry that sort of name and sort of momentum into the next tournament.
Yeah, and you definitely want to send some shockwaves to the rest of the world currently watching the C versus Southeast Asia. I'm sorry, Southeast Asia versus SA kind of battle. So now we also do have interesting stats, which we saw early on from FaZe Clan. They have pop-up performances from day 2 to day 3 onwards. They won, you know, things were really shaky, but now going back to Erangel, this map so far dominated by a majority of the teams of Mongolia. We'll see if that happens again.
Yeah, but I have another thought that it is, again, the theme of this tournament is Southeast Asia versus South Asia, right? So assuming that, okay, I'll hang that thought for a second because we only got 3 more seconds to go. Let's jump into the play. So, as I was saying, so the theme is Southeast Asia versus South Asia, right? If only, okay, now if, let's see here, if 4MV takes all the points up, right? So they are the only team that takes all the points on the top, towards the top for South Asia. But if you have a few Southeast Asia teams also taking a good amount of points and also up there, and you total up the scores, you tally up the scores, you might see at the end of the day, Southeast Asia might catch up to the points of South Asia.
Yeah, that's definitely a stat that we hope to actually see have a certain close margins when it comes down to the very final day, because it was a gap that has been widened since day 1 that South Asia have not let go of that form of a lead. But that lead seems to be shortened up already in these past couple of rounds, especially from yesterday with those multiple chicken dinners going to Southeast Asia. A lot will possibly change, but we'll definitely have to see what turns up here in our very first phase, where we still have any clue of the whereabouts of the very first circle. 2 teams will remain on towards the island, whereas everybody else will be on that mainland. And it's also good to see that some of all these teams are also vying for the northern drops, such as 70, where we're looking at both T2K as well as Vampire Esports next to each other. As Vampire Esports, they would prefer to be around the shooting range.
Speaking of shooting, Haidami opens up the shooting. But couldn't land the shots. But it's okay, it's okay. If it was Haidami, honestly, I would have expected him to land the shot and get a knock. And yeah.
If a DBS could travel all the way up into the sky,
no,
that would have actually been his, right?
In the words of Tash, nar. That don't happen, okay? If the DBS can do that, I'm out of here.
That's the reason why it was nerfed to the core, isn't it? But hey, it's still relevant, very effective weapon for those close range combat that has won so many battles for Haidami. So going into Mabetex, this is also a team that have found many of their victories here inside of Erangel. As we take a look into the way that this squad functions, I believe that they have always relied on all of their core members altogether. There wasn't, say, oh, one superstar to just eliminate everybody else on the map, as compared to, you know, some other teams that are a little bit more flashy. Like, that's what I really do like about Mabetex. Currently, they are positioned into 7th, but they have a little bit more catching up to do to their brothers who are currently staying at 5th. That's STE, and we got 4th. It's NBeSports. So Mongolia so far doing so well throughout the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about all of them on page 1, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of them. They got 4 representatives, all of them on page 1. And with 4 representatives on page 1, that is 50% of the page 1 held by Mongolia. And then, of course, representing South Asia, you have AGI 8 there, and that makes majority of page 1 already theirs. So as long as they can maintain this sort of page 1 consistency or majority number, in general thought, they would be winning against Southeast Asia in terms of total points.
Yeah, I definitely want to see when it comes down to, you know, all the upcoming majors on whether they can continue this dominance of a dominating form. So for other teams out of South Asia, we definitely see great qualities, especially for Aegon I8. Now, currently, this team is working on firepower and firepower only. Imagine if in the next upcoming tournament, if they could basically balance out, you know, on the ranking points in total, Aegon I8 may actually look unstoppable.
Yeah. If you kind of think about it, right, at some point, Aegon I8 was down there, right? So consistently, they were on the rise. And I think I kind of noticed that they started to be on the rise when after the interview, and then the question was asked about their plan and so on and so forth, then they say that, oh, we plan to play a little bit more aggressive. And it's working out for them.
Yeah.
Even though they went out number 3, they still got 11 elimination points together with them. It's a pretty decent round. So that kind of strategy seems to be good for Aegon I8 as a team.
It's perfect. Like, sometimes you really don't really have to back that chicken dinner in order to be able to yield great results. And Aegon I8 is that perfect example, because majority of all these points, which we saw in the overall results, that in terms of positioning, sure, it was initially 20 to 30 over points, and the rest of it are all through hard-earned effort out of Aegon I8. And another team out of Southeast Asia that also did have some steady climb is none other than Box Gaming. Remember, they were also stuck right towards the bottom alongside with Leo, but throughout the course of yesterday's run, Box Gaming starts to find a lot more top 5 positioning to the end of the game, and there were also rounds that they've been able to show their finesse by taking down a lot of all these other players, and eventually found themselves their first chicken dinner.
Yeah, after they got the chicken dinner, we can see a little bit more steady gameplay from Box Gaming. Although it's not like, up there, but at least it's steadier.
Yeah.
And considering that the steadiness is okay, unfortunately, the gap is just too far right now for them to even think of the number 1 spot. So right now, the objective for Box Gaming is just to place themselves as high as possible, just to get a bigger piece of the prize pool.
Yeah, and this new format itself is just unforgiving. Remember back in day 1, Alter Ego was in first page? And same goes to...
Oh, yeah.
Vampire has always been somewhere in the middle of the pack, and now it's just jarring to see these two names next to each other. 13 as well as 14 plays all together. And YOODO Alliance, sure, first few struggles to actually close up some of the games. Now seeing a tie in results, 90 points together with Alter Ego.
Honestly, for me, seeing T2K down there is also a surprise.
It's a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they have global experience as well, right? So going up against this sort of teams is no stranger to T2K. If you talk about being strangers in this scene or among these teams, right, it's teams like
Leo.
4MV or NBE.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they are up there. But teams with the experience of being on this kind of stage are down there.
Yeah, I would say that perhaps Leo, maybe they do not have as much of those kind of international experiences, so it is a lot more of a bigger learning curve for some of these teams to adapt to the tempo of play, which is understandable. Same could also be said about Hill, which, you know, some of the members were hailing from Miramar United previously, but not all of them have played all together. So this is definitely something new for everybody. We spoke about T2K. It's Suyok now, taken out by Trongs as Box Gaming finds their first blood.
Yeah, Hail Esports as well, securing the one elimination in the area of school, taking over the compound from Alter Ego. And I would kind of expect that school will be one of the focal points as well, just because of how the circle is. It's either the school compound or the hill on top of school. Both areas I think is pretty nice, but for me personally, if I get to pick one, I'll pick the high ground on top of, just on top of school.
Yeah, I think like that also allows a lot more room to rotate into other sectors once the circle appears to be much further away. Speaking of the circle, it will not require any of these teams around school to move about because it will be directly into the area of play, and we will expect maybe a little bit more teams to be visiting Rozak later on. Meanwhile, Northern Point, Vampire Esports is the only team that's going to be able to have a lot more of that safety net from the top. T2K is about to join them later on, but Box Gaming wants to take out more members out of T2K, which they've already eliminated one early on. Chongzin still working hard for that, but haven't been able to actually pick one off from afar.
50-50 circle, it could still go up and it could still remain in the main peninsula. And I understand why T2K picks that spot across the bridge. It's so that in case the circle does go up, they'll be there to stop all the teams from rotating up there. Basically, they're the guardians of the choke point.
Yeah.
And that is where they can farm eliminations.
And same goes to which the teams over the south. And speaking of Leo, they will be able to find Tony K, superstar out of the members of Vampire Esports. And this is definitely going to be a pretty tough fight for some of the Mabetex members as STE is about to crash down the compound. They will move off with the Dacia, so steady as it goes. They try to get along the way, but Leo gets clipped out by Icy.
I mean, I like the move from MAB. It's like, okay, someone's coming to the compound, they don't have the numbers, just bail it. But unfortunately, STE got into a good position, especially where Icy is at, open enough for him to take that final shot onto that one member from MAB and still secures that 1 point.
Yeah, and as much as Mabetex have found themselves a great area of play in between the forests of Yasnaya, they will also be met with a little bit more of that pressure later on with another team being pretty close by. STE now dealing with some long-range shots back from MAB. They're not going to let them slide with that takedown early on. A little bit of pressure onto the vehicles is just about good enough for the team. But at this current position, it definitely is, like what you say, 50-50, right? But there's so many teams over the south side. There's going to be a tight area of play for those hugging by the corners of the circle.
I'll be interested to see, like, for those teams, like, really at the corner of the circle or at the sides, like, are they going to go for the locking gameplay of teams outside of the circle? Like, we saw a couple of that kind of move done in the past few days, especially from the South Asia team. They really like to do that. If they know that, okay, the circle is just right behind them, but they are not in the circle, but there's someone on the outside, they will lock them out to the maximum. Even though they don't get the eliminations, they will make that other team suffer before they go.
Yeah, that's what we call mental warfare, right? Like, you need to destroy them in any way possible, and that is possibly one that is just the most amount of damage, psychologically at the very least. So, Burnley as it goes. Circle pulls towards the eastern part of Rozak. So majority of the teams are already there, but GEEK fam, they got a little bit of journeying to do. They have to bypass Vampire Esports as well as Leo. For MV, this time moving a little rather late, and they are hoping to actually cut across from the south side, which gives them a little bit more of a breathing room as compared to in the direct center, which they will assume plenty of teams to be there. Leo bypasses the rest of Boom Esports, opting for the waters instead. That will keep themselves alive for now.
Oh, but not alive long enough as Yummy will take down Slipknot. Leo, only 2 players left as the rest of the other 2 players arrive in the same compound as NBE. The unwanted neighbors for them.
Yeah, they just have to deal with it. I mean, like, if you already got this real estate, you really don't want to let it go for now. So Yam, though, dealing with a lot of pressure coming in from Boom Esports. A prediction coming from Choo that Boom will be able to recover in this game. They definitely are in a great position inside of the city. Yummy is just going to wait for somebody to appear, but there is already shots being fired from the north, seemingly coming in from a Thai squad or perhaps even GEEK SLATE. But for Yam, there's no good spot for him to hide. He's going to have to pop a couple of smokes with 1 HP left.
Oh, okay, this nade from Yummy. It looks juicy. Yummy should be able to land it, but Soyam managed to evade that. Waiting for a swam.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of swamming to do.
Yeah, that is a lot of swam. Yeah, I don't know how to continue that. You better go on.
All right, I'll take it over from here.
Yes.
Mondo now had a nade lop over on his side. Oh boy.
Oh!
Did you just see that? Okay, at least this nade came in from NBE, but it almost looked as if that Heidami might have actually naded himself. But the rest of Leo, one trouble after another now, needing to deal with the entire squad of NBeSports.
Oh, to the left.
Liquid.
Oh, that was scary. Mondo, he notices it. And now Liquid is going in. Liquid gets the knockdown. He will finish up Mondo, but the rest of NB is coming in to clean it up. And he still managed to get one before he gets eliminated.
Yeah. It's swift thinking coming in from the final member of Leo that was in the compound. Meanwhile, Soyam is the ultimate survivor. He's underneath the bridge. And all those swimming definitely has paid off. Meanwhile, Anson's burning up. Closing into the compound where Boom is at. Yummy tries to deal with all of them. Mormon gets naded up. Anson's holding down the walls. Close quarter combat, and Mela gets fragged instead. Yummy sees this as a perfect opportunity, but the push is set in. Anson's bring them one after another, but that is not enough for FaZe Clan. 0 points, taken out early.
Oh, they were not done with the action yet. Now it's going to be Hell Esports and Vampire Esports, the 2 Thai teams. Going against each other, we got Newsy together with Shot still alive. Shots with a nade in hand. He will toss it onto the lower ground. It does land on Get Slow, but Get Slow managed to reset himself. Newsy will reposition himself, but the nade came from nowhere onto him.
Oh, that was a perfect nade, and all hell breaks loose by these corners of the compound. A Thai civil war about to happen right across these corners. Treps tries to cook it up and will be able to land that nade, but he's not ready for Get Slow. Marching up with the DBS.
Yeah, surely ain't slow there. Took it at the right timing to secure that win in the compound. But STALWART Esports eliminated number 13. 3 elimination points. Not too sure what happened.
Oh, no idea at all. Meanwhile, after this fight have settled against Vampire Esports, a new challenger have arrived to the scene in the form of NBE. Akas opens up with the first nade. They do not have any form of vision, and C-Sky only is basically seeing clouds right in front of him as their health bars are slowly being chipped away. NBE fancies their chances right now to push on together. Akas, he's going to find Tiger X.
Oh, with that opening, that could be the opportunity to go in. But NBE still holding their ground. Maybe because they are playing as a trio, that's why the confidence level is not really there just yet. So they need more than just one knockdown. At the same time, 4MV might lose Doc to the zone.
Yeah, 4MV definitely had their own struggles from the southern side. But, of course, most of the battles are happening around the center zone. It's a smart play coming from NBE as well. They understand that over the back, it's a lot safer, so they don't really have to fully commit. They pull all the way back, gives a little bit more of that spacing over to the hands of Hill. And with no idea of the whereabouts of NBE, a lot of all these utilities is being taken out from the side of Hill. And I think like this is going to deplete them in the long run.
probably is necessary though. We need to have a good visual onto them at this point. But for 4MV, only 2 players left. For them to repeat a chicken dinner is going to be hard this time. But GEEK, SLATE, playing by the edge of the circle. Now this area where they're at, if you kind of look at the minimap, they need to cross the road. It's very likely that the circle will move away then. And when it's their turn to cross the road, there's another team waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, it's entire open ground throughout Rozhok School. So definitely very difficult for GEEK, SLATE to actually get moving from here on. Same goes to Box Gaming onto the far eastern side. Rosemary, just so sharp on his shots. Still eyeing out on these targets of Box Gaming, and at least for GEEK, SLATE, they don't really have to move too far away, but look at the position of Aegon I8. They got Ghost holding in between Rozhok, and then you have Falak that's going to be over onto the dormitories over onto south. So YOODO Alliance should have a smooth time to get into the top 5 so long as no teams crash into the compound.
Yeah, they've been quiet the entire round. We didn't see anything from YOODO Alliance, but yet they still managed to have 1 elimination point. I believe that could be a long-range steal. But speaking about long rangers, GEEK, SLATE being pressured by Hale Esports as they're trying to trade it back to Hale, but to no avail at this point as GEEK, SLATE, one of the knockdown, Audrey as well, calling up for help. Snipes in trouble, Snipes! No. Shot from behind from Falak.
Oh, Aegon I8 is not giving them any form of rest, and boom! They're here to claim all the points from Aegon I8 as well. Aku, double points with 1 grenade.
Beautifully executed by Boom, and they didn't overexpose themselves. So right now, Boom playing by the edge of the circle, they have somewhat information of where the other teams are at. But now they need to make the decision where they're going to go next, because all the compounds in front of them are all occupied.
Yeah, everything is being claimed right now. Meanwhile, DRS is playing it slowly by the edges. They're still Trongzin, tanking out some damage by the blue. This is currently stage 5 at the moment. So I'm not sure if he's still got much left in the tank, only down to bandages, and I don't think he will be able to pull through. Final member remaining for Box Gaming, and he will bow out.
Yeah, rather sacrificing himself to the blue instead of giving the point to someone else. But it's still the 3 eliminations for Box Gaming. And now Boom Esports making their move. Who will they pick as their next team to take the fight against? Or will they remain in this hill? But anyway, because they're so by the edge, it's very likely that the circle will still move away from them next. And that's the way they need to plan. Damroot still right below them. They try to finish off Damroot. That one last point for them before they move on.
Damroot does have a very defensive hull overall. He still has a lot of all the stock of utility because, well, his teammates have bowed out. So he have almost unlimited supplies. But the only problem is he cannot get out. And Yummy says, yep, the pressure cooker is on, and there's just no more time for GEEK, SLATE to do much.
Boom Esports now, after they're done with that, I can still wonder where they will go, but we'll hang that thought for a second. As Alter Ego has eyes on the 4MV. 4MV, only 2 players left. Rosemary with the elevation against them. Apex knows where the shot came from. And they're playing by the edge of the circle still. 25 more seconds before we'll reveal with the next phase of the circle. Both of these teams may need to move.
Yeah, and it seems like they really want to settle scores with one another. Alter Ego does not really have that much of a vision, and Apex is about to prime one towards Rosemary. A little bit too far of a toss. We would reach those corners. DRS being forced to enter into the center of the zone. But some of all these areas are exposed, especially their backs against T2K. These nades are flying in, coming from Octa. If he does connect one, this will be huge trouble lying in wait for DRS.
Oh, Octas, he has a nade on his own though. So I believe he tosses it on to DRS, but maybe it's too far away. Okay, it landed on the killer, but no knocks. Alter Ego still with the compound, but they need to clear off one side. So I guess they're deciding whether they want to clear off a DRS or they want to clear off a Boom.
Yeah, either one of these fights is still going to be rather difficult. If you tunnel into DRS, you're also exposing yourself into another angle as well. Meanwhile, Hill have stabilized around that compound. That is a space that will be eventually occupied as the rest of the teams are looking to crash into this same area of play. And how many teams have suffered casualties from here? listing from some of all the Thai squads that have bowed out, but Pump has found a little bit of a room to break into.
Oh, here we go. Boom Esports must take this fight, and they're taking against Hail Esports, but there's another team on the other side as well. Basically, 3 teams in the same area. NBE is the one. NBE could be the third party. They're waiting for the elimination feed to roll before they come in, because NBE needs to win the fight as well to come into the circle.
This is definitely going to be a tough fight for some of all these squads, but NBE, they were around before. It's just that they have given this space over onto Hill. So perhaps they might be looking for opportunities to third-party boom when Hill actually goes on that full engagement against this Indonesian squad. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance sees a visitor by the outskirts. UZM, Aegon I8. They're about to arrive to the scene, but the moment that landed on the corner of the wall, he will receive a couple of nades coming in from Adik Luke.
Oh, Adik Luke knocking Ghost. But they have the rest of AGIA to deal with still. UZM as well as Falak. UZM with the nade. By toss out to the second floor. Adik Luke is currently down on his knees. That nade will not finish off Adik Luke just yet. And now UZM is going to go on the other side. His teammate is currently down. He is the last man for AGIA.
We have so much more going on as the rest of NBE decides to challenge DRS up close and personal, but the DPS is ready for DRS.
Oh, that's why they are Darnell soldiers defending their ground against any incoming team, including NBE. It's not going to be a problem for them, but somehow DRS, what happened from winning the defense to being eliminated at number 7?
A huge nade coming in from Fnatic, wipes them off clean. And now, speaking of nade, here comes Yummy, dropping another blow, flashes down. But he's holding over on the top side of the rooftops. So he's got to maneuver his way. You have already jumped into the next compound. Now looking for Get Slow. He might have actually hurt him. And Crazy, he's got to supplement from the bottom. But Yummy, he's got to find a way to break in. Too many of all these smokes holding them back. C-Sky only having Tiger dropping right in front of his eyes. But C-Sky only goes in for trades once again from the back. Boom Esports slowly carving their way out. Slow final shot takes out the rest of Boom.
Oh, Get Slow has definitely been on point today. But now we move back onto UZM, the last man for AGIA, going up against the entire YOODO Alliance. Oh, flags. I mean, he just casually came out, see him proning down and just shoot.
Yeah, it seemed like UZM wasn't ready at all. He was already pulling on his belly. Even if he does stand up, it does take a couple of seconds for him to be able to point that direction. Alter Ego now going for the restart after taking down DRS, looking for members of Hill. And that is definitely a key position that Hill is holding on to alongside with YOODO Alliance having possibly the best angles. And Rick out of nowhere takes out Flash, the final member of T2K, having his last stand. And he's got to buy more space and time to get even further, but that's all that T2K has.
But you know what? This is a rare occasion. In our top 5, no Mongolian teams. This is really rare. I can't remember the last time we had this kind of stat. But now, Hail Esports onto the compound where YOODO Alliance is at. Fnatic's waiting on the other side. YOODO Alliance trying to defend their ground. Right now, YOODO Alliance has the power and numbers. But can they defend the ground? Looks like they got a little bit of help from Oktas.
Fnatic at it again, getting another knock. A 3-way warfare between the Southeast Asian teams. Very little room left for Tiger X as well as Get Slow. And Adik Luke, he's prepared with the DBS. Tiger will be eliminated right now. A whole squad sent towards the way of Get Slow. Is just hiding by the containers and eventually will be found out. Only 2 teams remain, and that is Alter Ego to deal with the rest of YOODO Alliance. This may very well be the best chance that YOODO Alliance has for a chicken dinner to claim for their own.
Yeah, we still have another stage of the circle though, so let's see which team will get the circle. Right now, Alter Ego spreading out, getting control of majority of the circle. But in 5 more seconds, we'll know for sure if YOODO Alliance has the circle. If YOODO Alliance doesn't have the circle, getting across is going to be hard. They need to fend off Fnatic, who is at the forefront right now, and looks like the circle Still a little bit of space for YOODO Alliance, but that also means they need to come out of the house.
Yeah, this is a difficult position for them. Look at the widespread coming out of Alter Ego. They're taking 3 corners of the map and just suppressing YOODO Alliance that's currently inside the compound. They already know that they will have to run out, so all Alter Ego has to do is just to wait for them to appear, and the first casualty will be Oleo, but traded with a nade. Look lands 1.
Oh, make that 2 as Rosemary is down. Only Octa left. And Octa is on the outside of the circle. He'll be forced to move as well. Now it's chance for YOODO Alliance to take over the circle.
And now that he's landed some shots over onto Luke, they all know that he's going to be very far towards the edge of it. Octa just spying more of these areas of play, and perhaps if he can go for individual pickups, there is still a slight chance that Alter Ego can change the course of the battle, but it's a full squad that he has to deal with. Flax taking his sweet time. You know that Octa is going to be somewhere out there, but the smoke's negating any form of vision, and Fnatic's still alive, so they could basically play the long game. YOODO Alliance should have this one going for them.
Yeah, it should be sealing the deal for YOODO Alliance. Everyone pointing out to Octa. They know exactly where it is. And finally, YOODO Alliance land their first chicken dinner in the last day.
And with so many challenges along the way, there's so many times that YOODO Alliance sees himself ending up on second. This time, make no mistake, the Malaysian squad have been able to find their glory of their own in the final day of the PMRC.
YOODO Alliance, a team that's known to do comebacks in multiple seasons. They always perform in the last day, including in the recent PMSL and even like multiple PMPRs. I mean, there's just so many of them that when it comes to the last day, YOODO Alliance, they always get it right somehow.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they've already found that perfect rhythm as we see them simply climb the charts over the course of the past couple of days. And throughout the battles of Erangel, they've been able to also book the best spot possible. In most instances, they were left uncontested as compared to all of the other teams, where you saw how much pressure was actually being set upon a team like Hill Esports over in the north.
Yeah, and honestly, it was not an easy chicken dinner for them because like how Alter Ego had control of the circle at some point, and it's because they got the first knockdown and then the second one, and that's where it just goes all the way. If they fail to get the knockdown, then it's still going to be them being pinned to the corner by Alter Ego.
Yeah, they really have to thank Luke for that massive grenade that creates that opening for the squad. And that's the thing about having a widespread when you are taking on the very final fight. You have no teammates to back each other up, and I think that is definitely a lot more problematic from that point onwards for Alter Ego to salvage their chance at that chicken dinner.
Yes, so finally, YOODO Alliance, chicken dinner, and the last day. So at least they have that one winner chicken dinner poster, and of course their social media can do all the postings that they want from this. But you know what? Next, we're going to get on to our analyst desk, whereby they'll break down how did YOODO Alliance finally land their chicken dinner. What took them so long? We'll pass it on to Choo Choo as well as Tash.
If there was a definition for comeback, YOODO Alliance would definitely be there in the dictionary. Tash, Choo on the analyst desk. Thank you very much, Sir Cloud and Contra, for the amazing commentary. Now, coming into today, I think both of our predictions were wrong, but yours was almost there, honestly. For Boom Alliance, came pretty close at 5th place and with a whopping 10 eliminations. But for now, let's talk a little bit about YOODO Alliance. Again, Sir Cloud's question is, what exactly did YOODO Alliance do right today?
Well, they know the spot that they need to take away, which is going to be the rock in the center. If they manage to secure that rock as a structure to barricade themselves, they can actually get any sort of information from that standpoint. With 9 eliminations, I feel like they have been bringing the momentum since yesterday. They have been quite consistent with the numbers of elimination, and they're dragging out their momentum until today. Oh, well, that was fast. But also coming up from Monday, look, this is well-deserving MVP because of that nade coming up from him to just paralyze the movement coming up from the side of Alter Ego. If they didn't get that rock, it looks like a simple rock, but it plays such a pivotal point that it is the winning cause for the side of YOODO Alliance.
I'm gonna have to agree with you because when you look at that rock, it's not just because it's a rock, but honestly, I would say that for Adit Look, what's really important about him is that his teammates were inside and he was the only player left outside, and it was because of his opening and his proactive play that gave them a little bit more control of that circle. Given the fact that Alter Ego only had 3 players, they were very, very separated, and how they played that was being able to take away that middle side, and the rest was history, despite the fact that Alter Ego had the high ground. But for now, let's have a look at the overall rankings here. If you look at the overall rankings, it's going to be a big jump here for YOODO Lions from the 2nd page all the way up to 8th place.
And not just that, for MV already cracked over to 201 points, still standing strong at number 1. It's going to be around 50-ish gap between them and the 2nd place. Now, we do have, like, how many games remain? 4.
4, yes.
Will be enough. Even if that is provided that 4MV is not gaining any sort of a point.
Yeah,
Feel
and
like
the thing
it's
is,
difficult.
I mean, even just now, even though they were knocked out very early, you notice that they had 4 eliminations, and in terms of placement, it was in the mid-game. So they definitely did get some placement points, regardless of whether or not they get knocked out early. So again, that consistency, that idea that you don't have to get a chicken dinner every game, we don't have to get top 5 every game, so long as we end the game without going 0, it's going to be great for us. Now, coming into the next match, we're going to go to Erangel once again. I think that this particular Erangel map really caught me off guard even because it feels like a lot of the higher teams that have been doing well these past 2 days are suddenly struggling. DRS just now, I felt like for DRS, the last, I think since yesterday I came into the show, it didn't feel like they had that huge impact in the game, but today they were able to take fights.
They force themselves to take fights, but the one that I spotted out a bit peculiar when it comes to the rotation is actually Vampires. They even forced to switch their initial drop spot because of how close they were against 4MV and STE, because they always drop around Ferry Pier, around that southern side of the main island, and recently they dropped themselves up top to shooting range just to avoid the clash between 4MV and ST, who try to bulldoze all the way up. Now on the side of DRS, they tried to force compound hopping and try to take all those flushes out early on. But the problem with this, depending on the circle itself, if it's in the center, they will be too crowded, so you might caught yourself in a sandwich.
Yeah, speaking of sandwiches, I think it's time for us to take a break because I would really like to have a sandwich. And after this, more PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Southeast Asia versus South Asia, coming right at you. Be right back.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding an all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
It is a tug of war on the final day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Tash Bunny here alongside Choo Choo. We are your hosts as well as your analysts for today. And we are about to go into our third map of the day, which is Erangel. And Choo Choo, so far her predictions are pretty close coming into today. And Choo Choo, what do you think of map 3? Are you still expecting Southeast Asia to come up on top? Because today we saw, YOODO Alliance do pretty good.
For me today, it based on the circle. I'm sorry to say that, sorry to disappoint you guys, because so far in game 1, game 2, I think it's kind of obvious. Whoever got himself in the circle first and in the center, usually the one in the center that stays longer have a shot at the chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, obviously.
That's kind of true.
I mean, I think it's more of just holding on to their area. Again, you have to be very strong to be able to hold on to that compound or even the high ground. And again, if you're quickly getting into that circle, you're able to get the best area. It will give you the best chance to win. Regardless, the head-to-head right now, it's going to be 8-9-4 to 9-2-5. And how close these points are today compared to yesterday, where Southeast Asia are just coming back, swinging. Even the average elimination so close.
If you notice about the average time in blue just now, previous few days, it was actually more towards Southeast Asia.
Right.
But because of South Asia kind of adapt and learn how the rotation come out from South Asia, they try to come back a bit later to bulldoze them from behind. But the funny part is some of the team, including YOODO Alliance, noticed that, you know what, we played the center just like how 4MV did in the previous map.
Yeah.
They placed themselves in the center, they got themselves in the center and just easily, farming all those eliminations from the sidelines.
Yeah, we want to see more elimination. I think a lot of teams, almost all teams, have adapted that more aggressive playstyle. And I think this comes from that idea that this is our last day, our last push. What can we do to really, really maximize our points? And there's no other better way to do that than to play aggressive. Boom Esports has been doing this. We're starting to see 4MV do that as well. But let's see which other teams will be doing and playing as aggressively as they can as we go into the second Erangel map of the night. Throw it to our casters, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra.
Well, I'm going to catch something out from the other side.
I like how we did that without discussing that we're going to do
rehearsals.
that. No rehearsals. No.
So, yeah, what I've been able to catch in the past game is that, Southeast Asia teams, they have started to get into the rhythm of things, and they've been able to also match up with not only the firepower, but now the points are only close to 30. So there is a high possibility that, like you said, SEA may be able to catch up by the end of our final round.
Yeah, I have a theory about the time spent in the blue, but of course, again, 5 more seconds.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that theory to a bit later. Just stay tuned. I'll explain my thoughts.
So about the blue zone, right?
Yeah.
What about it?
Okay, so my theory is that for South Asia, spending more time in the blue is part of their tactical. I think time after time, when we were casting, like I did explain about the South Asia style, is that they like to lock they like to lock teams on the outside of the circle. So even when the blue arrives onto them, they'll still be locking, especially if it's like a tankable blue.
Yeah.
Like circle 1, circle 2, maybe even circle 3, depending on the scenario. So they will spend time themselves because they know that, okay, number one, we have an exit route behind. The circle is just behind us. Number two, they might have enough utilities to heal up and to tank. So as long as they can outlast the team that is in front of them, that is still tanking out the blue, that's part of their strategy.
Yeah, and I think like a very good example of a team out of South Asia that does not really fully commit to the blue zone or so has to be Aegon I8 because they just play by the edge of the zone because, hey, I know some of our teams back in SA like to come in a little bit late. I think like we can be able to match that in terms of pressure to stop them from the outskirts, which you brought up that valid point. Yes, playing from the outskirts sometimes actually gives you a lot of all these advantages of maybe booking into another safe spot by rotating maybe slightly further. Meanwhile, as we start off our match, we will have Boom as well as Alter Ego engaging very early on as this Indonesia battle will have to be concluded in the jiffy. 1v1 now. Razy now drops a grenade. Won't be able to catch up to Potato. Potato's got nothing.
Yeah,
He's not holding on to anything.
not at all. Only a level 1 vest, so he needs backup for sure. But his
He can't
backup is looting as well.
Razy's like, okay, I'm going to take everything. I got the M249. Where are you going to run, my friend?
Okay, but Razy, he can't step out because he knows that someone's on the other side as well. So as long as Potato plays by this edge, he should be okay. But now Yummy's going to come in from the other side. Okta arrives. Can Okta save him in time? But now Okta needs to win a 1v2, but unfortunately it won't be the case for Okta. Boom Esports happily takes the elimination points away.
Wow, did you just see the snap of a shot coming in from Razy? He will be able to find the player over on top of the roof where Yummy did actually go in for the trade. Now there's only one member left for Alter Ego. Oh, such a rough start. I guess there's a little bit of bump in onto Pombit, but from second place to only one player alive by what, less than a minute. This is something that I do not expect out of Alter Ego, but as it is, it's just unfortunate luck.
Yeah, and so happened, right? They are like Siamese twins. It's always Boom and Alter Ego meeting with each other, even if it's like the later stages, if it's like top 2, top 3, it's always them for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have like a banter between the both of them. You know, sometimes Indonesian connections, right? And you want to see like, okay, who's going to be the better Indonesian team at the end of the day?
Maybe Boom was like, of course they were part of the past match, right? Like they got wiped out much earlier. And then Alter Egos against number 2 is like, hey, brother, you had your chance and you didn't take it. This is the time that, you know, you move aside and let us have our go at it. Adik Luke will be invaded by 3 members out of 4MV. So whoever won the last game, whoever was close to that chicken dinner are starting to get punished.
And YOODO Lions, well, Adelu obviously their main fragger. And
He was all alone here.
yeah, he was all alone there. I think because of the flight path, right? It's like way on the side and they wanted to go to wherever they were, but they couldn't. So they had to drop to somewhere awkward like that. And you know what happens after that.
Yeah. Exactly the scene a couple of seconds ago. Meanwhile, STE is a team that always drop into the southern side of the islands. Over on the corners of Noi is plenty of loot, spot for choice. Nerzy says, okay, I'll pick up mini 14s. I'll restock with those 5.56 and another great city to actually start off with. You guys, whether if you're new in PUBG Mobile or so, I think Georgia Pool is definitely a place that does not go wrong when you're looking for great weaponry as well as utility, because there's plenty of compounds to work with. But journeying from that corner of the map sometimes can be rather tricky, I would say.
Yeah, but I guess the trickiness will be, because the circle is like way on the left, right? I guess the trickiness will be like the teams will move in the same direction pretty much at the same time. And that's where we'll see a lot of clashes. So I guess this is where teams will need to kind of anticipate based on the data that they might have discussed with their coach and analysts to be like, okay, how many teams like to move faster? How many teams like to move slower? So that can be a point of conversation as well. Because the circle is way on the left, everyone would go to a similar direction. So it's just a matter of timing of like, okay, do you want to let other teams go first? Or do you want to be the first team to arrive in the circle in order to evade those early fights?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a conundrum for them to decide. If it's going to be a close to hospital, I guess like that's an easy access for those who actually drop towards the northwestern side. Meanwhile, only the teams that have had plenty of experiences will also opt for, drops into the Sanhok Island, because to get out of those bridges, let me tell you that. Sometimes it is rather difficult with teams camping out by the edge of the other side of the bridge. But for now, Boom, after settling the scores with majority of Alter Ego members, they claim Rozhok for their own. The entire city being left out for them. And this was also the location where, of course, many of these teams were colliding around the past map. But this time around, seems like the circle will be around Gatka.
Yeah, one of the reasons for collision in the previous night is because like the circle was 50-50, and then at some point the circle went to the main peninsula. So whichever teams that's on the north side, the shooting range side, will need to come down, and Rozhok is normally one of those places that teams will pass by. Hence, naturally, it becomes an area of contention. But another area of contention this time around, and the circle looks like it's going to be the Gatka Mountain. But
It's only Rosemary.
yeah, at first I want to say that, okay, they are contestable, but if it's only Rosemary, well, come on. It'll play for placement? No? Yes?
Maybe just snipe one player out of Leo, and that's what he's going to be up to. But now needing to deal with two, he's got to be quick, but not quick enough. It's going to be Hate Dami as well as Swayam that will be able to land those blows. Alter Ego, try as they may, they walk away with no points this time around.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think that Rosemary was just trying something out. I think that is the best way for me to describe it on camera. So
he was just hiking, perhaps. It's like, okay, I'm on top of the world for now.
I mean, if you want to put it positively, then yeah, literally he was. But if you are the one man left, right, you won't go to those kind of places. You will go to like, one of the unknown small houses just to camp it out.
Maybe hide
there.
in ruins if you can, because there's some of all these corners which nobody checks. But he took the most populated area, or the most popular area to be specific, and that's definitely not something that's advisable if you're playing solo against squads. Now, speaking of which, this is rather rarer occurrence that goes perhaps 40-60 when it comes down to water ratio. So that actually leaves very little room for compounds to play from other than the south side of George. So whoever's taking control by the corners of Mount Gatka, they eventually have to move aside as well. And you see every team is on wheels right now.
Right. I would say the most popular area with this kind of circle will be the few houses by the coastline. But they are very limited houses. It could probably fit like another 2 teams, and that's about it. And the rest of them who wants to come in, well, obviously they need to take the fight. And taking the fight at a compound is not going to be easy because it's a lot of open space, and that is how coastlines work in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, great tags coming in onto the vehicles of Box Gaming. Kwang loses a tire in a sec. Continues to apply pressure. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports are stuck by the corners of the bridge. In between both North and South George, Damroot tries to find Newsy. There's so many smokes that has been set up. He could continue his journey with his Zacia. Spots him out. He should be able to get straps up, but will the tires puncture? We'll have to see how much pressure that GEEK gives towards Vampire Esports.
Oh, I think they're gonna put they're gonna pedal to the metal here. As right now, Vampire Esports pretty much stuck there. GEEK might want to take advantage. Damroot getting closer and closer, but because of the smoke, he doesn't have a clear shot. So he's just trying his luck here, just spraying down in that area. And Vampire Esports, thanks to the smoke, they managed to relocate themselves.
I love that Newsy, after driving past, he's thinking of, okay, maybe I can climb up this bridge and get a look at GEEK. Another attack being shot from Damroot that does connect, but not able to drop Newsy just yet. So GEEK SLATE eventually have to join the rest of these groups into the south side, or should I say the west shorelines for now. Maybe if there's a boat, they may consider. Also not the best way to go about in this kind of a terrain. But for the time being, FaZe Clan as well as NB have found those few little compounds that we've talked about earlier. You said it can only fit 2 teams. So does that mean that other teams now will just have to fight their way out to claim it for their own?
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be the case. But if they want to do so, it's not going to be easy because of how much open space there is around the coastline compounds. So if the scouter is able to get information that, okay, there's a team already there, it wouldn't be the best case scenario if they try to challenge it. It might as well go to, there are a few other areas that they can play with. I believe it's on the right side, across the road from the coastline houses. So that can be a secondary spot. But for Audrey, going to be a primary spot for him to try to get those elimination points. That knockdown can open up space for GEEK SLATE to come in, but unfortunately, Audrey counter-fired and he will be knocked back.
Yeah, and they're by the blue zone as well. This is looking pretty dire for both sides of the squad. They need to settle the scores real quick, and they're going to take each other out by the course of the container. Baldy trying to climb over onto the top end of these staircases, hoping to find those elevated angles, but this is going to be a little bit tricky. Meanwhile, T2K takes on the rest of Box Gaming, finds 10. It's only going to be up to Kwang to turn this one around. Damage being done, and they're going to be tagged over the way from the back. Rake settle it up. Meanwhile, Boom, they're overlooking to the hospital grounds as well. So T2K, they're happy enough with the results.
Okay, T2K, they'll be happy if they can pick up their teammates, because right now it's a little bit of a risk. Box Gaming is still there, Boom is still there as well. So if Boom and Boss Gaming, they could take advantage of it. But first, it's going to be Yummy securing that elimination point onto Gosu. So that's another point in the back for Boom. 4 right now.
4 points so early on. Majority of it, of course, you can say it's freebies coming in from Alter Ego to start off with no weapons at all. But this is an area where Boom have always mastered around Gatka. Though this is skewed towards the further east-western side. Still going to be rather difficult for the team. Snipes, as well as Damroot, the only 2 remaining members of GEEK SLATE. But we see a lot of all these aggressive attempts favoring GEEK SLATE, and Damroot's going to take Leo out of that vehicle. Hakul, Yummy, they're about to surround the rest of Box Gaming. Not that it's needed with the beautiful nade tossed to the top.
Arguably, that's one of the best nades we have seen in the PMRC. I mean, considering the angle, considering that he doesn't have full vision of where the opponent was at, that nade was just pinch perfect.
Sublime. Perfectly timed. And now Snipes continues on with this battle, still by the blue. 2 first aid kits left for Snipes. Damroot holding into the middle ground, but Baron is about to go in for a challenge as well. Leo's got to heal up. Same goes to Snipes. It's about who actually initiates quicker. So let's see if Leo can actually do this with that grenade. Gonna force him to push out. UMP in the hand of Leo. He gets the initiation. Takes down Snipes. Damroot eliminated. GEEK SLATE off the game.
Well, they spent a little bit too much time in the blue as well. Because for the longest time, they didn't want to let go of MAB.
Yeah.
Yeah, MAB was like, okay, we're prepared. Okay, we tuck ourselves in the corner. But then it was GEEK SLATE wanting to chase them down to get the point.
I kind of like the stubbornness that they are here to fight it all out. Or by hook or by crook, like they just want to settle it. Sometimes when all the odds are against you, you might as well just let go. Plenty of teams by the course of Hospital, though, they have to cut across against T2K holding in them over north. Hill taking the direct center again.
Oh!
Beautiful nade. This one tops the other one that we just saw against Box. And boom! They're about to send more frags into the windows, into the doors, into the walls. And there's all Razy's got to do is to hide out over on the other corner. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan has got no chance against them.
Oh, it's now down to Onzes. You know what? Forget about Yummy being the DBS king. He's not the nade king in this round. Let's see if Onzens can come up as the king of clutch here against Boom Esports 1v3, but T2K has arrived. Wait, T2K, the fight is not over yet, but they are in.
But Jane, He's being knocked down. The moment that he arrives the scene, it's only down to Rig. FaZe Clan, Onsens, he may also strike right back. 2v1v1. Onsens now being spotted by the rest of T2K. The only Sandesh is not going to be easy. And T2K, they got a lot of area of room to work with. Palm is going to eliminate Jane first and foremost. Still has Onsen up there, but T2K does not know that this is part of two different squads, perhaps. Or they may have actually known. The nade does not connect, but Pombit's got another one.
Look at T2K, no hesitation whatever. It is scary, but it kind of worked out for them. They only lost one, but they have the compound, and now they're going to potentially secure more elimination points. They need to find where Pombit is at, and Suyo will do the job. And right now, the compound is theirs. With the amount of points in the back, I mean, it worked out to me. It's a worthwhile trade for T2K.
Yeah, great trades, and I love that full flush that they've sent in their way. And they only had to lose Jane on that form of an attempt. Meanwhile, as we saw Boom charging into so many different types of fight, they managed to walk out at the very least with 8 points, despite not having any ranking points to book out of this round of Erangel. So, great going for Boom, but Chuchu probably upset with that particular. Well, I think like Tash was the one that take Boom this time around, was it?
Oh. Either way, it was the analyst curse.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Whoever picked it, right?
But to Boom's credit, right? 8 elimination points at that moment where they got eliminated. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I just love to see these teams thrive in battles. And speaking of battles, Killer YT always so sharp. She is carrying those DP into the action. At a certain point, the DP was the most lethal weapon in being brought popular by the PL squads. DRS have also mastered it for their own.
Yeah, until teams kind of realize that it takes 50 years to reload.
Yeah,
yeah.
That is the main problem.
That is the only problem with the DP. Yes, a lot of bullets in the chamber, but 50 years to reload. So that's why these teams who like to play in a high tempo, they don't really favor that. But I'm not gonna lie, the PL teams, they have mastered like the timing of reload versus the usage of the DP to the core.
Yeah, and the thing about the DP is that you don't always just have to spray with this weapon. You can also tap it like it's an M16. So it is definitely multifunction in that sense that you don't need to worry about that. If you finish those bullets, sure, if you've got a Mini 14 or whatever left onto the second slot, you can always switch it up. Meanwhile, AGI8 this time, we see them being a lot more quieter in the early game because they finally found themselves that sweet spot directly into the middle. They're going to be a little bit more accompanied by teams like Vampire Esports as well as Hill. Not much progression for those who are inside the circle, but I want to be keeping my eyes on the teams that need to journey their way in.
Ooh, just like for MV right now, the #1 team in our overall charts. Their closest contender is another Mongolian team, NBE, and the point gap is just huge. I mean, with the amount of rounds left, I'm not too sure how can teams catch up to 4MV. It has to be a big disaster for them at this point. But speaking about disaster, it could be for IC right now. It's been knocked down by YOODO Lives, but the counter from Apex onto Oleo, who spent too much time peeking on top of the roof.
You deal with one Mongolian squad, you deal with the rest of the Mongolian squad, it seems. So far, 4MV have never really fallen flat without any points to go, and take a look at that. They already have hit 201 points from the past round, added with 2 more right now. They're looking for a lot more. Killer YT will have to go for the 50-year reload. Yep, still taking his time. Meanwhile, DRS having 1 member being laid out. So exiting that swamp area, rather difficult as well, with a little bit of water terrains. Meanwhile, NBE is not letting go of their grasp around the southern side.
Wow, NBE in the middle of the circle right now. But we move back onto STE. They not only have YOODO lines to deal with, but NBE as well seems to take a shot down to them. And now right under the nade being tossed out by Shoyum on the other side. DRS in the crosshairs of Shoyum.
Wow.
And he managed to get a knockdown to Killer.
And then that's a spray through the smoke as well. Another great nade coming in from Ease is going to find 2 members of NBE. Down towards Fistboy. But what can Fistboy do? As much as they've been holding on to this part of the circle, 4MV is infiltrated. this area and will be able to strike one member out. I see getting knocked out again, and STA is a squad out of Mongolia that did not receive any points this round.
Well, you wanted to keep an eye on teams on the outside of the circle, right? For MV, they were the outside circle at some point. But now, the moment they go in, they clear up teams. But speaking of clearing up teams, Leo will need to clear up one DRS member inside. It's going to be Gante, but Gante surprises them. Can he get the second one? Yes, he will. 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Gante.
Sick decision making in such a small window of a frame. And he does the trick, taking 2 members out, Cole. NBE did survive with only Sec remaining inside of this shack, but the rest of the squads are keeping their eyes very closely onto this Soul Ranger that's holding out. YOODO Lions now crawling their way in. They will have to pass 2 squads for MV as well as these players out of DRS as well as NBE. But it's definitely going to take a while before they get there.
Circle shrank. That means all the other teams are on the outside. YOODO Alliance, they need to somewhat cross the road, or maybe not. But anyhow, the moment they come out their dish, they will be exposed. But now we have a vision on the circle. We got T2K on the outside circle still. But T2K must fight against Vampire Esports to come in.
Yeah, T2K playing on those open grounds as well. They definitely won that fight up north earlier. Now needing to invade Vampire Esports, but they are absolutely ready. Nuzi has already dished out damage. Swips knocks down Suyuk. Now looking for his target onto Rake. Tony K has another nade being primed as well. Perfect timing coming from Swips.
Wow, beautifully done. I mean, this round is just full of Nate Olympics, if you ask me. Everyone's just being stylish. Like, style points for all of you guys out there with the Nate eliminations on Nox. And now T2K only left with Sandesh left. This Nate has to land onto Schweppes. Will it do so? Yes, it will, but not enough damage to knock him out.
Yeah, speaking of Olympics, right? Like, maybe they could participate into another different form of event, like throwing putt, if that's the name of it.
What's throwing putt?
Lonta peluru.
Do you call throwing putt?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, we
honestly.
gotta check the dictionary then.
Yeah, but
I think
they might actually excel at it, like throwing a cannonball at each other. And speaking of which, another one bites the dust, going out with a bang. T2K at least has 6 points to end the round.
Yeah, 6 elimination points for T2K this time, but it won't be enough for them to catch up to DRS, as DRS is still alive with 5 elimination points to their name at this moment. 4MV onto YOODO Alliance, knockdown for Shamil onto the East, and now the rest of 4MV will need to back him up, but YOODO Alliance will not leave East from their sight. Apex?
He's crawling his way in. I don't think they know.
They don't.
Olio, he's so close in the smoke. Just a matter of inches away. And look at all the bombardment coming in from the rest of the squads as well. Apex decides to pull back. And Apex! A double with the nade against YOODO Alliance. And now it's only down to Flex.
It's as if all these players try to top each other on who has the most stylish nade in the entire PMRC in this round. But now our fight's not over yet, as 4MV will need to reset. Refuse currently downhill, has 2 down as well. But they need to do it quick, because Get Slow won't take it slow as he starts the smoke bridge to save his teammates.
Well, I want to see more and more of these graphics of grenade elimination, because Gante's the next one on the list. And then Apex, he's still surviving all by himself right here. Dealing with Tiger X, and Tiger X says, hey, I got a grenade of my own too.
We might as well just remove all the other weapons and just leave
take all these weapons out.
round.
No ARs, no DMRs.
Nope.
Give these guys 20 grenade each and let them frag out.
Yeah, because it does seem like, you know, this round the weapons don't matter anymore.
Not at all. And I could see why, because there's a lot of flat ground with a little bit of crease in between the terrains. The best way to actually take these porters out, because they're not really moving all too quick, is really to pop some of all these fragments, right? So Aegon IA, they've taken control of the center, so the other teams will be fancying some chances to look for an invade, but none of them are on wheels, so that is particularly the problem in SEC. I think he's been cooking something inside that shack. I wonder what he's cooking. It's been so long that he's moving over on the corner, and Slipknot's about to change that scenario, dropping a nade over onto Sack.
Slipknot will be smelling what he's cooking, and he smelled it. It's just that he cannot find out, he cannot tell what the recipe is, and he decides to get away because the circle is just right behind me anyway. We're talking about stage 7 of the circle. Sack spots him out. Slipknot gets into the circle. I wouldn't say it's safe as Tiger is there to take him out.
Tiger striking back, and IQ is already receiving a little bit more of those shells of bullet over on his back. Gets himself into safety. Vampire Esports decides to cut across from the eastern side, and Sack, he has the challenge, and he finds Schweppes, but can he do more? No, it's not going to be the case. Tony K on the watch.
Yeah, I mean, he was the only one there. The rest of Vampire, he did his best. If he didn't take the shot, he would give himself to the blue anyway, so he might as well take it. But speaking of taking shots, Tiger not done yet as Newsy knocked down by him. Hill Esports have the most manpower.
And Tiger X has been dishing so much damage in this round itself. He's going to pop another grenade towards the side of Newsy. Newsy is being left all alone, so that's going to be one freebie of a point. BPE decides we will take back the northern corners of the map, and by doing so, they will have to fend off against the rest of Aegon I8. UZM popping those grenades will find Tony K, and Schweppes, he's got the bill out of this.
Oh, but he doesn't have a vehicle, he doesn't have circle. Doesn't look good for Schweppes at this point. Yes, he can pick up Tony K because I believe that Aegon I8 and Hill Esports, they are kind of distracted with each other. But even if they does, like, they don't have an exit plan.
Not at all. C-Sky only comes in with a flank to deter the entry of Vampire Esports. Trying to see if he could actually catch something by the edge of the zone. He's seeing a couple of smokes along the way, but it's rather short to connect towards the side of Vampire Esports. Spots movements inside of the smoke, and C-Sky only is down. Schweppes, sharp eyes on his target. There is a bike that he could utilize later on, but that's going to make a lot of noise. Aegon I8 is not letting go of this corner just yet, but Hill has got the best possible location to hold out.
I think it's very unlikely for them to go for the bike. The moment they get on the bike, that's it. Aegon I can shoot them down. They have a clear line of sight from there. As for Hill Esports, nice and comfy within the circle, just waiting for the other teams to come towards them.
Flash definitely can just hug over on these corners of the wall. And Aegon I8, I think the pressure is onto this team because they eventually will have to leave the building, and Vampire Esports can easily spot them out the moment they step foot off these buildings. So C-Sky only is playing the patient game and gets low. He spots out the entirety of Vampire Esports from long range, takes out Vampire onto third, and now 4 versus 2, Hill's best chance for the dinner.
Or maybe Aegon I can surprise us for their first chicken dinner. Because right now, based on country-wise, Aegon I representing Pakistan is the only team, well, representing country-wise to not get the chicken dinner just yet. Maybe they could surprise us, but right now, the numbers don't favor them as Hill Esports with a full squad. Aegon I don't have enough space. So Hill Esports will take advantage, they will start to move.
They're sick and tired of waiting right now. They're going to send C-Sky only into the corners of the smoke. They are taking some of all these stones, not allowing any more room. IQ hunts out for Flash, and they're basically taking each respective corners, but UZM's pressured by the zone already. Has to push out. He sees one moving into the crate. C-Sky only is not planning to restock, but he does have those level 3 gears. Damage being done right now. Aegon I8 having IQ knocked down. Huge nade coming from UZM. He's inside of the smoke, but it won't be for long as the smoke subsides and C-Sky only lands the final blow. Hill Esports with a winner chicken dinner.
And Hill Esports here getting the chicken dinner for Southeast Asia. Ooh, and this round, among the members of Hill Esports, I would say GetSlow was a standout.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only GetSlow did so much within this game itself, you saw how Tiger X actually takes controls over the hill, and there's just so much damage being done by this particular player here inside of the angle. although it was mainly Nate Olympics throughout the course of this whole battle inside Erangel.
Yeah, Nate Olympics. I mean, if we have a highlight only for Nates in this round, it would be good enough to make up the
I won't be
highlight.
surprised. I mean, the highlight's coming in a couple of seconds, so we'll see who actually has probably the most practice with Nate. But the last we saw, Boom actually got a lot of it.
Yeah, Yummy. So who needs a DBS, right? Like he always says, oh, Yummy, DBS and whatever. Nah, he still shows that he can do without a DBS. Remove weapons for him, he can still work with Nates.
Yeah, but remove weapons from Alter Ego, well, that's a very different story,
Yeah,
right?
that's a whole different conversation, all right?
We did not talk about that.
Yeah, that's a different multiverse there that we won't talk about. But anyway, so I also want to point out that because of the kind of circle, the houses on the left that I mentioned, and that is actually one of them, that if the teams are able to get that, and of course you got to have a little bit of circle luck towards the end, you are in a good spot to get a chicken dinner. And that is exactly where Hale Esports plays himself.
Yeah, and this being a familiar ground for some of these teams, because one of the maps being played throughout the course of the past couple of days had a very similar circle as well. So Hale definitely has a hunch of it, which sees them being placed into that area of play. And because of that as well, you also see teams like Aegon I8 prioritize position in this round rather than take those endless fights as compared to the traditional way that Aegon I8 does things.
Yeah, if you notice that there's also a reason why the teams don't really challenge the compound where either Ego I8 or Hale Esports was at, because it's very difficult. There's too much open space. The space is just too open. The moment they drive to the house, they can get shot. So that's why they're like, okay, there's someone there. Okay, nope, we'll leave that house for now. We'll just focus on the other areas, which is absolutely fine. But because of that final circle, stage 8 and stage 7, stage 8, with still in the current scenario, that's why Hale was in the prime position to seal the deal.
Yeah, I think that is an absolutely great point because so many other teams were on the outskirts as well. Well, we'll definitely have to discuss later on, but we'll leave the discussion to our great analysts. Over on to you, Choo-Choo, as well as Tash Bunny. Throw it back.
Oh, did you get it? Did you get it?
I missed it.
You
It's
missed
on
it.
the floor now.
Oh no.
Sorry, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Endless Desk for the PMRC, Southeast Asia versus South Asia. We saw a massive game just now, which is game 3 of Erangel today. And I think that is a very interesting map because if you think of that game just now, it looked very, very strong for most of the teams. But Hale coming up on top, and I'm really liking their rotations, honestly. But what do you think, Choo-Choo?
They definitely know what's at stake here. Like how Cloud mentioned early on, it's going to be scarce for the compound on the left side of the map itself. Now, Hale dropping himself as the initial drop spot on top of school, realize this kind of circle have no way to go back on the right side. It will favor towards left, and there's a really little or a scarce compound to work with. They go straight into the compound in the center of a circle. Even in the stage 2, they already waited there inside. So we saw how Tiger X is one of the best players back in the days.
Yeah.
Now here it's so hard to see them these days because of the firepower coming from South Asia. I don't blame them. But how they place themselves early on, like I mentioned in the previous few match, it's all about who gets the center of the circle
Right.
first. If you're late, you might miss all the opportunity to get those good compounds. Leo actually do get a great compound at first on top of Gatka Mountain, but they gave it away to Alter Ego. Oftentimes in the side of Leo, they have a good compound, but they're just having some difficulty to defend themselves.
Yeah, now coming back to our conversation about Tiger, I mean, I'm going to have to agree with you that he is very good. I think Contra did highlight him as well about how much space he was able to get for his teammates. His ability to push out with his buggy and not only get those opening picks have been phenomenal. Him, as well as get slow, I think is actually very, I think I would say the power spike that the team needs. Now coming into this overall rankings here for MV, while they didn't get a lot of points that particular round, but it's still, they solidified themselves. They gave themselves another 4 points moving forward.
They
So
got
it does
top
show.
5.
Yeah, sorry?
They still get top 5.
Exactly,
now.
which just really shows that they know what exactly they're doing. They have a lot of, I would say, pages in their playbook on how exactly they want to approach each match and what happens and what page to turn to if, say, they were to lose members or they were about to maybe get knocked out early.
Now we're going to talk about our predictions here. This is pretty random for me, but yeah, we're both going for a South Asia team. But back to our analysis just now, based on how Hale place themselves in the center, right? 4MV always get themselves in a place where nobody actually going through that. Because if you want to go through GEEK, there's going to be a lot of swamp area and then there's a lot of steep cliff. That's where most of the team, I think half of the population of the game itself kind of deleted in that certain area because it's difficult for you to get into late.
Right.
That's why
because of the ping pong rotation all the way to the left, it's so hard because the great migration's happening.
Yeah, because the center, if you cut across GEEK, there's going to be a swamp, you have to climb up, and there's already some teams waiting on the other side, so there's no chance for them to climb up. So the only way for them is going to be coming up from the north or the south side. So for MV, they don't have a lot of contenders from the southern side, so they're pretty smart about their rotations when it comes to the IGL calls. But coming up from Hill, that was a difficult chicken still. They're not actually putting Nuttons to play, which Nuttons is actually better in CQC in my opinion. And they actually swap into with Flash, who's actually a better sniper in that case. So there's like everything is perfect for the side of field because they have Flash, who's pretty much good in long range fights. Yeah,
I think it gives a lot of support as well for his teammates who want to play aggressive. But coming back to the head-to-head here, where Boom Esports and 4MV is currently on the screen. I think that Boom Esports, the reason why they're behind is because they weren't really around in the first 2 days, and by the time they want to pop off, it's already day 3 and day 4. There is still time for them to catch up because it looks like 4MV is facing quite a bit of trouble trying to, I would say, get the eliminations and to remain alive all the way till the end.
I think it's because a lot of teams are mirroring their rotation right now, including YOODO Alliance. If you saw how they're fighting each other at the around the top 5, top 6 down there, almost in the very similar compound as well. They switch their rotation, try to bulldoze people from behind and try to be around the circle almost all the time. What I love about 4MV on the other hand, they have this buddy system that's so hard for them to leave from each other too far apart because they know if anything happens, they can toss the smoke, they can help to revive, they can do something out of it.
Yeah, and coming into the buddy system, we also saw a buddy system coming in from Hale, which is very interesting because they had 2 players inside the compound and 2 players outside, which shows like a more, I would say, trade potential is there as well as a very aggressive firepower. Regardless, let's see if this momentum will be continuing to our last Erangel map of the day. Going to toss it over to our casters, Sir Cloud and Contra. Take it. This time I'm not throwing it.
So we receive gently.
Yeah, we take what we can get, and we've been taking 2 chicken dinners for Southeast Asia. So the Mongolian domination, is it safe to say it's over? Because we got one final round here of Erangel to be played out, and we also see that predictions coming from the analyst desk that hey, SEA teams is all about who runs into the finish line perfectly, and they seem to be on track.
But it's also about the storyline of which region can collect the most points. So that is something to look out for as we head on to our final Erangel of the PMRC.
All the 16 teams will take one last look into their favorite map of it all. Most players really do love these greeneries that they do get from the plane, but of course, later on, moving into Miramar, that's where all the heat will turn up to claim glory for their respective region. And from the last we checked, it was about 30 over points that SA is ahead of Southeast Asia, but with many of all these takedowns coming in from the previous round coming from SEA, perhaps that margin may be close to 20 or maybe even in the 15, 18s or so. We'll take a quick look later on, but this flight path may not give that firm access into Sonoska military base, meaning to say, teams like STE needs to go for a plan B.
Meaning to say it's a good time for us to get a mid to the base circle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why, right? Flight path, you got the final Erangel in PMRC. I mean, all the stars align. It just needs to happen now.
Yeah, and I would say it's a fair shot. It's about who gets the first dips into the island. But the last time that happened, with a team like Vampire Esports that usually drops around very pure pre-moss, we expect this team to thrive. When it comes to the island, it didn't seem like that was a perfect scenario for them, but it's a very similar look that we do have with the first phase going back into the GEEK region. Very popular spot coming into the competitive circuit, which I'm hoping to actually see a little bit more of that battle into an open ground land And that could definitely be an epic finish, but South Asia definitely kept up with the tempo. 970 points against 941 of Southeast Asia.
29 points difference now for the regional points. So yeah, it is still doable, reachable for Southeast Asia to catch up since we have this 3 more games, including this one. But of course, they need to maintain the level of consistency. The thing is that for MV, despite them going out fairly early than usual, they still do decently well. And they're going to start it off again, but this time eliminating Ghost, who just landed, and he didn't have an opportunity to loot at all.
Yeah, he was eyeing on that Dacia, but couldn't even kickstart the engine because he was hoping to even open the door. Doc, with those quick loot of the UMP, will get a hit. And DRS still flowing above ground. Where are they going to go this time?
Well, it looks like they're heading to Milta.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that island is the Novo Island. So they're going towards Milta. That's why they're like gliding. So it will take more time for them. They can get better length, but longer time. To reach. And the fact that the circle is way on the left, right? So it's probably going to be a quicker loot for them unless they're prepared to take out the blue, which in the most case for South Asia teams, they do that. But if you kind of think about it again, they do that because they want to lock out other teams. If there's no other teams, then they would just hit in.
Yeah, and I guess they're here for a long time. Whether if not they get some good time, we'll definitely have to see for the squad. Meanwhile, T2K, they played a lot more aggressively when it comes down to Erangel for the past 2 rounds. They managed to acquire 6 takedowns, which they only suffered defeat in the hands of teams like Hale as well as Vampire Esports into cutting into the final zone earlier. T2K should have better ideas of how to do things a little bit more efficiently this time with it going to got cut again. Mabetex, I think like out of all the teams of South Asia, they definitely are an interesting bunch. When the iron is hot for the team, they can basically strike gold with like close to 20 frags on a good day. But ever since then, I've not seen too much out of them in Erangel as well.
Yeah, it seems like a power shift between MAB as well as STALWART Esports. Now STALWART Esports is above them. When before this, when we started off day number 1, STALWART Esports was the team that's like either borderline or on page number 2. But now it seems the tables have turned, and it may be after that last round's performance, they drop onto page number 2, but still at the borderline. Number 9 with only 2 points difference for YOODO Alliance. So they could still come back onto page number 1 to join back with the other Mongolian teams after this round. And that is also important for South Asia because as a region, well, obviously they can do that. They'll be collecting more points naturally.
Yeah, and you just look at the stack right now on the leaderboard. You got STE, AGI 8, which is relatively close to cutting into the top 5 as well. All it takes is a really good round for them to catch up to teams like Hill Esports as well as FaZe Clan. Hill, after that chicken dinner, finds themselves back into the top 5, which the team struggled through the first 2 days, and for now, already found their winning ways once again. FaZe Clan, they definitely are masters of battles. There were a couple of times that they were vying for the chicken dinner, came close to it, and yesterday was their first ever win of a chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, huge fall from grace as compared to what everybody have expected out of them, but not too shabby, to say the least. With 4 days of play, they are close to 100 points, and they're sitting at 99. I would say their tempo of gameplay has been not too drastic of a change from the usual play. It's just that some of these decision-making can be a little bit more efficient, and from there, they could definitely take it further.
Honestly, to a certain extent, when I saw the first few games line up for Vampire Esports, not fielding Tony K, I kind of have that hunch that, okay, Vampire Esports won't do well. And it's also because, like, not like they purposely don't want to do well, it's just because they're setting up for PMWI. Yeah, they are experimenting stuff, they are looking at how they can switch up their lineup, because if you kind of think about it, when you're competing already in PMWR, you need to travel and all that, and fatigue can kick in. Maybe players won't be feeling well, and there's a lot of factors. So yes, you have your main four lineup, but what happens if any of the main four is not well, for example? So they need to be prepared for that. And I think that Vampire is taking PMRC as the ground to just keep things warm for everyone.
Yeah, and I do like that. And the last time I see like a massive roster with a whole lot of switching going on was like Team Secret in couple seasons ago, where they tend to actually switch players almost every single round. Meanwhile, Hale continues to stay active. And it's going to be Fnatic that drops out of the vehicle, and Octas will join along with efforts being pulled in from Akash.
NBE securing the first 2 points for themselves. But hang on a second. One of them being stolen away by Hale Esports. It was Fnatic being stolen. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a free point for Hale. Someone else did the work and they just need to finish it up.
Yeah, and get slow, eyeing for the hills, forcing some smokes to be popped out very early on from the side of NBE. But the tires remain to be pretty much healthy. It was a journey that way forward. Interesting setup coming from SEC this time. M249 with a Car 98K, which is not the most popular choice for most of all these pro players across the PMRC right now.
Yeah, one of the reasons for Car 98K to fell out of love is because you can get a knock potentially, but it's very hard to finish up your opponent. You need another like 2 shots to finish up your opponent.
That's the reason why a lot more of these players favor Mini 14s in general, because this DMR you could continuously tap as compared to the bolt action rifles, whether if you're using Mosin Nagant or the Car 98K. The Carbiner definitely has got less opportunities for you to secure the number, unless if you're playing for a third party, then that is going to be one weapon of choice that could easily secure it with one tap.
Yeah, even so, right? Like third party stealing away, you know, how often do you get that opportunity like long range? So to kind of trade the opportunity versus having that weapon all the time, that is where teams are like, okay, it's not going to be worth it. We might as well take something else. So if we got a Mini 14, yeah, absolutely. We got a DMR, absolutely. If you don't have either one of those, then, well, an M4 can tap as well.
Yeah. Players are spoiled for choice. Meanwhile, Rosemary going for the traditional M4 AK setup. I'm going to be spotting a team on the opposite corner, but not having any angles to work with. Hill. Now, already booked the spot around Gatka. They don't really have much to worry about, but they feel like there might just be a shift going on. So they send Tiger to check around these compounds, which is still unoccupied right now in stage 2, which is a great thing for the team to do right now in order to at least assess the situation as the rest of AGI8 comes in from the sun side. They will have a lot more room, as they're a lot more familiar playing across the swamp, which we saw Aegon 98 securing a number of frags in, a couple of days ago. Past round, Aegon 98 didn't really have any form of elimination points, something that is not usually the case for the team. But they spot out Liquid. Damage. Just chipping on towards Liquid, but Leo should be able to reposition. So that's just a little bit more of a zone control established by Aegon 98.
You know the one team that I really want to see get the chicken dinner is Leo?
Yeah.
Yeah, because considering that how they've been performing, unfortunately they're now at number 16 with quite a gap even with number 15. And you always don't want to be the teammate to be at number 16. It's the dreaded number 16.
Yeah.
So if they can get the chicken dinner at least, but they still at their campaign at number 16, at least there's something to celebrate.
True enough. And from those rounds that we had yesterday, Hate Dami definitely made a name for himself. It's just that with a closure of a celebration, that will basically put things into a full circle. And speaking of the circle right now, circle decides to shift towards the Mount Gatka areas as well as the central flat grounds of Gatka. So this is a good position for Hill, but they will be joined by STE shortly. Meanwhile, the rest of Alter Ego is holding on towards the western side. So they're just going to be waiting for teams to come right by. FaZe Clan having Mela to take one out as they engage with the rest of T2K.
Yeah, it's a compound fight, and now we have visual onto it. And the moment we have visual on it, the FaZe Clan seems to be winning. So the two members of T2K crash into this compound, unfortunately fail in their mission. The rest of T2K is still on the other side, not able to do anything.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one for FaZe to even peek out right now. Needing to deal with Schweppes. Empire Esports is scattered all over the field as well, so I'm not really hoping to actually see Schweppes going in all alone, but he's going to drop a big nade, taking a little bit of health bars out of Mormon, not able to knock him out just yet. More shots coming in from the hills. Schweppes got to be careful.
Oh, this nade, if it could land onto the member of FaZe Clan, maybe they'll crash him, but we'll look over onto Leo versus YOODO Alliance with Adelu currently down. This could be another early elimination for Adelu as the rest of Leo is coming in. Shoyam on the right with a nade on his own. Gonna toss out to Oleo as well as Shamel. But Adelu will be burned down. Leo might lose Slipknot with Oleo taking him down.
And the exchange will go through.
Hey,
Hey, burned up as well. All the Molotovs is really securing a lot of all these damage numbers, but the grenade will connect towards Liquid. But he's still running. Runs towards the grenade that is being tossed out by Shamil. Oleo, he's just going to be eyeing out for Liquid. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. And it's going to be 1. But if anyone could do the trick, it has to be Haidami. Shamil, first mover. Hoping that there's no DBS with inside. And he won't be holding on to DBS, but this AR will do for now.
Well, speaking about movers, 4MV moving into the compound. In fact, earlier on, they got that one knockdown onto the member of Leo, but now they want to be the third party. YOODO Alliance is the next target with Shamil, 50% of health left, and the rest of 4MV has arrived. Haidami is still alive though. If Haidami can pull off a clutch against 4MV, it's going to be big news. It's going to be headline news. Now Haidami is still alive in this compound, but 4MV, they don't know yet.
There's just no sound to be made, and he better not move a muscle right now. Apex, he's about to infiltrate the building, and now he sees him running across.
Okay.
And Dami, he dishes some damage, but eventually all these furious members of 4MV will try to find a knock. Damage being done to ease as well.
Haidami,
That is the DBS.
Well, no miracle run again for Haidami this time around, and unfortunately with that, Leo will be eliminated. And next, the circle shifted away from this compound. AGI will be in front of 4MV at this point, but AGI making their move as well. Now we're putting focus on the two Thai teams. It's going to be FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports, as FaZe Clan now only down to Mela, gets a knockdown, but Mela is too low to stand the wrath of Vampire Esports.
FaZe Clan, they try to actually hold on to this ground. Vampire Esports have eyes on them for the longest of time, but when they push, they made sure that the fight is going to be moving their way in a swift manner. Meanwhile, Box Gaming had to climb down the hill. That might be another problem to deal with for some of all these Thai squads over on the bottom. Aegon I8 hiding by the ditch. As 4MV is about to move into this territory, and they might have actually spotted one out. Ref is driving in, and this is where he brings one shot to the table. He's got to spot out Falak, and the IQ is going to bring him down.
Okay, a little bit of a trade there, but 4MV is not done. Dog is still alive, but Dog will be finished off by Falak with the none other than the DBS.
Aegon IA with a great display of defense, despite them not really having the first advancement for MV, but too much more than they can chew. But T2K, they come in third partying. Grenade bounced off a little too far. T2K, they don't really have to commit or even take a little bit of a peek, as UZM is going to go in for a little bit of an exchange. And by the tractor, this may not be all too perfect of a cover for the both of them. But thankfully enough, Aegon I8 can't afford to push just yet. Meanwhile, there is actually another squad over onto their right corner.
Okay, now the fact that 4MV is out. 5 elimination points, number 2, meaning that they only get 5 points this round. This is opportunity for Boom to close the gap with 4MV. And with the final 2 rounds, who knows? It could be a surprise finish.
It might actually be, but it's still too early to tell with 12 more teams still remaining in the match, and Boom has yet to even score a single elimination point thus far. Perhaps they're looking for a top 5 finish. Vampire Esports having Tony K knocked down. Rosemary initiates, and that opens a little bit more room for Potato to come in for a flank. Spots out Tony crawling. Uzi as well as Ravenclaw in within the building. He's got the micro Uzi at the ready. 7 smokes in hand. Oh, he's got the DBS now prepared. Rosemary charges in. He still survives, and he is the Lone Ranger to clear up the entire squad.
4 elimination points for Alter Ego as they clear off their opponent. And now with this compound in their hand, they can last until the next circle at least. And now it's going to be GEEK, SLATE, NBE having sight onto the smoke has to be popped by GEEK, SLATE to give them enough cover in order for them to relocate themselves. But as long as they stay close like this, they're putting themselves in danger, but Alter Ego from behind.
Oh, they got a bird's eye view against GEEK fam. Well, GEEK SLATE to be absolutely correct. Big damage being done. Rosemary just kept on with the pressure. They even spotted out some members over the top side with NBE needing to also move into the circle. GEEK SLATE, I don't know how they're going to get out of this. The further they travel, they still have to deal with Boom. And NBE just tossing nades after nades. This one connects for Sonics. That will secure them 1 more point. Final member remaining. Snipes won't be able to stay out for long.
Okay, not for long, because we got 15 more seconds to be exact before the zone starts to close again. And now for GEEK SLATE, unfortunately, no points for them in this round. This will put them in a position where T2K could overtake them, as well as Box Gaming. But speaking about T2K, now they have Aegon IA to deal with.
And this fight has been happening for the longest of time, but there's plenty of restocks available for Aegon IA after defeating 4MV. Falak. He's gonna go closer and closer. This one might actually land, but it will be a perfect defense coming from Jane as well as Sandish. And then I'm not too sure if it's a wise choice to just walk into this trap that T2K is being setting up for the team. They're not backing down from any given fight, so with a little bit of a drive, UZM should have actually had enough intel for Falak to work this one out.
Okay, T2K right now, still on the lower ground. Falak taking down Jane. It's only Sandish left, and Falak knows exactly where Sandish is at. The name will not connect, but it doesn't matter at this point as AGI will move in. DBS in hand of Falak. Falak will be knocked out. UZM, can he pull it off? Yes, he will. It will be a straightforward elimination for him, and AGI clears it out.
Hill now invading the territories of STE. Shots after shots, get slow, got nowhere to run. All this Molotov is not giving him ground for cover. Given a wall, he has to reload the S12K. The grenade bounces off the window. And Tiger, he spots one from the outskirts. Tiger still prevails. And STE, one after another, crumbles down, only down to action. Tiger X, he's about to approach. And this is where Flash swiftly lands 1 more blow and takes out STE.
Oh, I really love the swap in, swap out. But now NBE against Boom Esports. So that's high ground against them. And Boom Esports is winning this fight. Right now, 6 elimination points in their hand. STE, unfortunately, number 8 without any elimination points this round. But for NBE as well, number 7. At least he got 3.
Yeah, and you see so many points stacked up for the team of Pakistan. Aegon IA now leads the board, but Boom is catching up with 6 as well. A lot of all these fights have settled down. Hale claims the entire territory for themselves, but Aegon IA, after some of all these challenges against T2K, they leave themselves in the open. I don't think that there's a vehicle for IQ to work with, so he's stuck right there. And the next zone approaches relatively soon. A couple of nades now being tossed out from Boom towards Box Gaming. And Box, they got a lot of running to get close to Boom Esports. So they have to exchange well with these nades. Has a hunch, but not really connecting anything so far.
To a certain extent, that compound is a half-bait for Boom. Because if Box Gaming gets into the compound, then Boom, abandoned, they would know that, okay, in that house, you just need to toss all the utilities and Box Gaming will be put in a tough position. So that's why we can see that Box Gaming, even though maybe they have the information that, okay, the house is vacant, they don't go straight into there.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge risk to take. Meanwhile, we have 10 now spotted out by Rolls. Quick exchanges in order to also suppress the retaliation effort coming from DRS. They by the corner of the zone, and now Hill is being forced to move aside to claim a spot of their own in stage 6. Uzium has got a lot of crawling as he has been able to move into the circle. Whereas Hill, what's the next plan here? They have plenty of vehicles, but they're soaking a lot of damage.
They still have first aid, so it's all calculated. It's all part of the plan. And plus, right in front of them, it's going to be open. But that means that they need to be prepared with the vehicles. Probably towards that late stage, it's all about the vehicles being used as barricades. That's why they're prepared for that. But now we're moving back onto the northern side again. It's going to be Boom and Box Gaming. But DRS wants to have a piece of the pie.
Yeah, I love the setups coming in from each respective team. DRS created a smoke trail, and Box Gaming is now also protecting himself with all the smokes that they do have for defense. Boom. They know that the pressure is not coming from the top side, which is why they hunt out for Aegon I8, spots Uziem in within the grasses. And just like that, now you have your top 4 with Aegon I8 taken out. But Hill, they are having the whole entire control coming into the south.
But still another top 5 finish for Aegon I8 at least. And now, again another top 5 finish. I gotta point this out. And again another top 5 finish without a Mongolian team. So very rare sight here again. As Hill Esports on the other side will be unchallenged unless the circle shifts away from them next, which might be the case. But on the northern side, 4 teams, all the other 3 teams in fact, just next to each other.
Yeah, I really got to commend on how good Hill is in the past couple of rounds of Erangel. Now moving into the top 4 again. Looking for another chicken dinner as they spot out a moving buggy. Hard to trail the shots here. Tiger X on a 4-time scope. Circling around, and I think it has caught enough attention. Perhaps this buys a little bit more space for DRS, for Gante to trade right back. Another supply crate dropping in between, but that's definitely not the focus of all our 4 teams left remaining. Very good chance for all the teams out there, despite Boom having 1 member disadvantage heading into the final battle. Whereas Box Gaming, they got to pick this fight up, and they got to do it quickly. They spot out Gante, tags being fired, and that is an exchange against Trongzin, suppressing Box from moving aside.
Well, DRS now has the circle, but they're in an open position. As for Boom, they need to deal with Box Gaming, who will come onto them. Box Gaming, they need to pick their poison. Are they going to go towards DRS or Boom?
Yeah, they're really left out of options right now to be not moving in without a fight. So Box Gaming, they know that they have time. The circle's not too far away, but the grenades are slowly setting in. Kwang needing to heal up with Ponbit. Applying enough pressure. He managed to dodge one with a leap. Trongzin trying to catch out both Akul as well as Ponbit. Yummy is getting tagged from the back, coming in from Hill Esports as well. Now they have enough smokes in order to take this fight up close and personal. So Kwang will initiate.
Box Gaming creates a smoke bridge, and now they will go on to Boom. And Boom is prepared for it. Boom, they must win this fight. This is going to be crucial for them. At the same time, the zone is going to put pressure on the Box Gaming if they don't win it. Boom, Yummy with the DBS in hand, and we know Yummy with the DBS. How can he perform? But this time, the numbers are on their side. 3v4.
3 versus 4, but it has been a very solid position that they've been holding on to. I was just surprised that Hill Esports were unable to punish. There is a certain distance that does not allow them enough vacancy to breathe. And Yummy! He takes out the DBS.
Yummy!
He gets the first knock. Can he get another one? 1-for-1 trade. Trongzin does it all. But the nade comes in, denying opportunities off of Box Gaming. Still 2 versus 2.
But now Gosu on the other side, tossing his own nades. hoping to land on the members of Boom Esports. At the same time, DRS making that move as well. DRS getting into the middle of the circle. Gosu sees them. Gosu with his last frag grenade, toss it on the side of Yummy!
Gosu! A beautiful nade, and that turns the tide. Gosu can actually clean up. All down to Tien to remove the final member. He's got the shot, and now it is being deterred. 1 versus 1. Gosu falters, and Boom survives to tell the tale.
With 12 elimination points in the bag. Could this be the rise for Boom Esports to take the #1 spot? But now we're putting focus on the DRS right in the middle of the circle. Hail Esports shooting onto them. DRS now only left with Killer.
Killer hunting by the buggy. He does not have room.
Whoa.
The buggy explodes, and Sea Sky only will deny DRS. 2 versus 2. Hale was opting to go in for revivals if they can, but Tiger as well as Flash, they're so far away. A couple of these smokes set in. Boom. They just replenish themselves, but they can't keep their eyes closed into this direction. Sea Sky only takes the drive-by. Gets low, will hold the prior position. And with this numbers, Hill looking to have a great chance into a back-to-back win here in Erangel. A Southeast Asia domination here in this particular map for today to close off our final run.
At this point, it should be possible for Hail Esports to reset as for Aku coming in. But then again, he will be in front of Get Slow. Does he have a good visual to Getso? Getso with a nade on his own. Getso knows that the vehicle arrived right in front of him. He'll definitely toss a nail on Aku, but unfortunately the nade will not connect. Aku doesn't know that Getso is there, but Tiger spots him out, and Tiger saved him. But Tiger can get a second one. Here we go. Portman is down. Hail Esports, the second team to get chicken dinners back to back.
Another record for the books for PMPL Thailand, and of course, Southeast Asia is chasing for the points against South Asia. And I believe with this massive double win, Hill should be poised for perhaps even the top 3 position. We'll definitely have to check the leaderboards in a bit. But what a match it was from this Thai squad that has been able to dominate the GEEK region.
And the fact that 4MV went up fairly early with only 5 elimination points this round, the gap between them and Boom at least is closer now. Boom, the last we checked, they got themselves 11 elimination points and they got a second place finish, which is pretty decent. So with the remaining 2 games, mathematically it's still possible for 4MV to drop the #1.
Yeah, and now the pressure is on South Asia to claw their way back into a firmer lead. But taking a look at what we had in these rounds inside of Erangel, of course the past round was all about grenades, but when you are playing into open grounds of GEEK, is a lot of all these long-range battles, but the only way to keep yourself safe is to deploy a lot of all these smokes, which we see a whole lot of coming in from the battle between Fox Gaming as well as Boom Esports. But even despite that being a safe compound for Boom for the longest of time, once the invades comes in, that's where it also was a tough spot for them to be. Once they recovered, Hale has already gotten full intel of what Boom is up to. And with those numbers, it was easily settled to actually claim the dinner.
Yeah, they had the numbers, right? So I mean, towards the end, it was pretty straightforward for Hale. But think about it, they moved from the open GEEK area onto another open area. So there was a risk that they were willing to take at the end of the day, and it worked out for them. So as long as they're comfortable, they're fine. But we'll let our analysts break that down. So we're going to throw it back onto our beautiful analyst, Choo Choo Gaming, as well as Tash Bunny.
Put it in my pocket.
Wow. But again, another grand finish here for Erangel. The final map is definitely more, I would say, aggressive and competitive than we expected. Another Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia, and this time around between Indonesia as well as Thailand. Now, we can see Hale here coming in very, very hot. I think that towards stage 6, they didn't have the most amount of eliminations, but they still managed to finish with 12 in the end.
Because of how they waited inside of a circle, like we previous map even, if you look at how he'll know and understanding the fundamentals of a circle itself, like very different circle if you compare to the last one, it was way more left than we had before. And then this one is around the GEEK region. When it comes to the GEEK circle, you know for a fact if you want to be in the center, it's going to be an open area. So they're taking the corners of a circle instead for Hale, who dropped himself quite early around Pochinki, not too far off from the circle from the start. Now, Gatslow already had got himself quite a number of eliminations. So far, for our individual high, is still going to be 9. Nobody's breaking that record yet.
I mean, when you look at Gatslow, I think overall today he's been a big I would say a big impact for his team alongside his teammate I think it was Tiger, and I think these two players have been really proactive in terms of not only taking up space but that putting in that firepower, these aggressive plays so that his teammates are able to do those long range pickoffs or even just trade. Now coming into the overall rankings here, Boom still manages to hold on to the second place, but NBES will be the one to be knocked down here by Hale, and I think the back-to-back chicken dinner definitely helped them today, coming in toward the bottom side of the charts. I think in at the bottom of the page number 1, coming into 3rd place, which is honestly insane. And I think like most Southeast Asia or even more specific Thailand sort of plays, toward the last days is when we see them really get super explosive.
And that's kind of true, especially with the back-to-back chicken dinner with double-digit 2 times in a row now. Definitely will push themselves up there in the top 3 in a single day. Not just that, the only team that without any chicken in the first page is going to be Aegon I8. I'm still waiting for that chicken right now.
Me too.
I'm hoping for them to actually score at least once
Yeah.
in that first page.
Yeah, I think for Aegon I8, it's really interesting because when you see them play and rotate, they're very quick and very on the ball to get into that best positioning for the circle. We saw them get compounds, set high grounds. The matter of the fact is they're not able to hold on. Like I think you mentioned this in the previous round, where they're not able to hold on to their compounds, not able to hold on to their areas. And I'm honestly wondering why. Are they being third-partied, or are they just not able to take these fights?
No, they are a bit reckless if you ask me. Aegon I8, T2K, these are the two teams that love the fight too much, but sometimes they get out of their way, maybe a bit too far from the teams, and maybe have some communication issue between them that somebody else happen to be stepped out of their position. That's usually the case when they get caught off guard. They taking the bait easily in the case of some of the teams.
That makes sense, and I think a lot of teams are starting to read how exactly they take these fights. And speaking of that, I think that Hale has really cemented how they play. And again, I think in the last 2 chicken, previous one and this one, they like to do this 2-2 formation going on. They're very good at making sure they're able to trade and still have each other's backs regardless. And in their situations when they're able to fight, it's actually sort of like a pizza formation when you think about it for them as well. So it's really good coming from them. They're not allowing other teams to take extra points even to make sure that they get the chicken dinners very cleanly. And speaking of that though, we're going to be taking a quick break. After this, more PMRC, Southeast Asia versus South Asia coming right at you.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. There's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, They're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMRC Southeast Asia versus South Asia, where we are now down to our last few maps. Choo Choo here alongside me, Tash Bunny, and we are your hosts and analysts for today. Choo Choo, what do you think of the Southeast Asia phenomenon, Southeast Asia rising coming through here to the end of the day?
I think more specific is going to be Hale Esports. They have nothing else to lose here for Hale. Definitely they were starting off at second page and they don't have that much tournament after this. This is going to be one of the last few tournaments they have, so they have a lot to prove to us today. But when it comes to regional points, no way, 1 point.
Oh my god, how the catch-ups, how the turntables here, where we're seeing Southeast Asia finally not only catch up in terms of points, but also we have taken over in terms of average eliminations, average damage, but average time in blue still skewed towards South Asia because of their rotations.
I mean, I love this. I love how the fact Southeast Asia team is adapting and readjusting and readapt once more, knowing that how the second day and third day has been going on, where South Asia teams want to rotate a bit later to demolish all the teams come from behind with bulldozing coming in a bit later, and now they're realizing, you know what, why not we get into the center early on, like how he'll actually exhibit to us today. They play alongside with the circle and they gatekeep from the inside. I love how they progress for both regions.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see that a lot more. I mean, like, well, we did talk about how AGI 8 is playing toward middle, but again, a lot of the other teams here understanding that if they want to be able to get those elimination points, they need to be able to get it from those players who are rotating late to the circle. Take advantage of these players who are so weakened by the blue zone. Regardless, top performers here are going to be, unfortunately I missed that, but it's going to be 3 Southeast Asian teams and 1 South Asia team, and it's starting to change on shift. But what do you think, Choo Choo?
I think South Asia teams do prefer the long range fights, but it's gonna be my manager, not me. I'm not gonna take the credit this time.
Oh, sure.
NBeSports for me, but at the same time, we don't have that much time for us anymore. I think it's time to toss it back to Kasa. We missed them. Take it away, Sir Cloud and Sir Contra.
It's only 1 point of the difference right now between Southeast Asia as well as South Asia. So it's now down to all the teams here to fight through Miramar to decide the scores at the end of this PMRC run. But, you know, in Miramar, past couple of days, Southeast Asia teams may have actually seen triumph, but we still have a lot of all these Mongolian squads that really fight pretty hard to claim some victories too.
Ooh, I mean, yes, it's all about South Asia versus Southeast Asia, but it's also to a certain extent about who gets the #1 spot, right?
Right.
Yeah, and with the 2 games more to go, the points are close enough to be caught up. Let's see if it begins here in Miramar.
It's 4 Miracle Vibes that's still holding on to that #1 spot, but we saw, boom, they've been able to get plenty amount of elimination points in order to make the gap as close as it can get. That also means that there's a lot more pressure onto Boom to perform for the final 2 games.
Well, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. I mean, 2 more games to go. And for the most part, like teams, they would... Okay, this is general understanding, right? Like as long as you can control the pressure that's onto you, you can do well. So even though if you're at the #1 spot, doesn't mean that you are not under pressure. You're also under pressure to perform because knowing that someone else could potentially catch up onto you. It's also a form of pressure.
And speaking of catching up to everybody on the leaderboard, Hill, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, sees them now at #3. Maybe they might even surpass all the records as well. Maybe a 3rd chicken dinner might be waiting for them as they dock into Impala. That's a popular ground of circles landing onto that, but it's Vampire Esports securing first blood, going up against T2K. We've seen this action before in Minas Gerais. These 2 teams battled it all out, but it seems like 2 points have already been acquired by Vampire Esports.
Yeah, looks like the same storyline, but different round, where Vampire Esports has the edge against a T2K. Now Ravenclaw easily wins this fight, and T2K only left with Suyong up on the high ground, and they know exactly where it is. And even before T2K could do anything, they're out.
Wow, just wow. Did you see how sharp these shots were? Like, with rare weapons that we don't see every single day, where, you know, S12, SKS, it has fallen off of that meta because it needs so many of all these attachments, and even in close range, Ravenclaw has done it. And we're starting to actually see Vampire Esports getting right into their usual playstyle. 4 straight points without any form of damage being done to them.
Yeah, the shots are as sharp as when Tash Bunny realizes that I haven't been to Bangkok.
Ah.
Yeah, like that was the same sharpness stare that Vampire Esports had with the shots.
And she's doing it again.
Yeah, and she's doing it again. Now this time she's like, what?
Oh, yeah.
She's doing the word. Oh wait, this is cute. You don't get this all the time.
Oh,
Everyone's
I love
living
the
a
scene.
healthy lifestyle.
I'm not sure if you watch Stranger Things. This is the opposite because they're cycling through the day. So,
I have not.
Can you imagine if the game removes all these vehicles with engines and everybody has to traverse through Miramar through bikes? Like, how long will it take to make from one end to the other?
I have yet to calculate that.
I want to find out.
Okay, I thought you had an answer.
I don't. But like, that will be interesting to see. Like, if there's gonna be a race competition on bikes.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen enough races recently.
Yeah.
In recent times, so
Enough
I think I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. But if it does change to a bike race, I think it'll be something.
Yeah.
I like to see it.
So, as for Pondbit and the rest of Boom Esports, you know, they had certain rounds of which they saw 0, but with that huge round that they've just acquired through Erangel with about 12 elimination points, and on top of that, the 2nd place finish, you start to see they would need to mathematically win out a round either of these Miramar plays to even things up or close it to 200 points, and then they stand a chance against 4MV. As for now, 30 over points, meaning to say they need to actually get a lot of elimination points to get there.
Yeah, so it is exactly 41 points difference between Boom and 4MV. So 4MV, okay, and to top that up, right, they need to hope that 4MV don't collect points. So it has to be the two elements together. So in average, assuming that you get the chicken dinner or you get a really high placement with a good amount of elimination points, like more than 10, you get like maybe 20 points.
Maybe.
20, yeah, around there, right? So 2020, assuming it's 2020, they are still 1 point behind, even though if 4MV doesn't move. So for them to overcome 4MV first must not get any points. If not, the gap will be very, very hard, even though if 4MV just gets a couple of points.
Yeah, and I don't think that any teams will be challenging for MV anytime soon because they are safely planted in Chumachera. That's going to be a region where no team's going to be surrounding them at the moment. Meanwhile, Mondo takes a sweet time across these fields of El Pozo. This used to be a ground where GEEK SLATE loves to drop right in, but of course, adjustments need to be made when you go into an international tournament. In order to, of course, explore other grounds instead, Falak, a name that we see frequently onto the elimination board, has managed to spot out Adik Luke out of YOODO Alliance within the big cities of Los Leones.
This is potentially the third time in a row that Ade Luke gets eliminated early. So YOODO Alliance without Ade Luke, I mean, the level of firepower that he can deliver for YOODO Alliance is high, and the fact that they don't have him for the rest of the round, it's a huge blow for YOODO Alliance.
I absolutely agree, and like the rounds that YOODO Alliance have inside of Miramar always look great because he's always landing those long-range taps. But when it comes down to close range like this, sure, he does have his own firepower, but he's got to be safer on his scouting work. And then perhaps we'll be able to last longer into some of these matches. YOODO Alliance did kickstart the day here with a win of their own, but ever since that win, it's a massive fallout, I would say.
Yeah, so we can see the trend is that number one objective for YOODO Alliance is to keep Ade Luke alive. But unfortunately, Los Leones, very crowded. You have like 3 teams in there, very doable. But if one person oversteps the boundaries, so like what Ade Luke was doing earlier on, or maybe it just so happened that, you know, the other team just stepped into their boundary instead.
Yeah.
And Ade Luke was kind of caught out. And by losing Ade Luke, yeah, it's hard for YOODO Alliance, even for this round. I mean, yeah, to be fair, the other members of YOODO Alliance, they're amazing, they're awesome, they can still do great work. But Ade Luke, stats-wise, everything, he's just
exceptional
for the team.
Yeah, that's why awareness is key when it comes down to playing in such a huge map. I mean, even back in Erangel, it has very similar elements, which we saw him getting caught out from. Sure, sometimes an exceptional player knows no boundaries, but there's always a little bit of a limitation. Mela now, understanding his own limitation, will just hold back here within his own compound. Box Gaming just driving by, not that they have any form of information at all of the whereabouts of FaZe Clan. Bird's eye view, Mela unleashes the clip of the UMP, but you're using ACP bullets. Won't be able to even scratch the vehicles from this distance.
Yeah, I guess it's just more like warning shots, right? Like, if he gets a knockdown, that's a big bonus. And I think at the back of his mind is that he knows that even though he gets the knockdown, it's not easy to secure the elimination point because how rough the terrain is.
Yeah. Meanwhile, of course, speaking of rough terrains, this is a tough call as it's in between Monte Nevo, Picado, Power Grid, and the edges of Chumachara up north. FaZe Clan in a poised position up those hills, DRS right beneath them, closer towards the central area of play. DRS might be able to fancy a lot more of an angle to pick off teams that will drive into these open valleys. Meanwhile, Hale, all eyes on this team after securing 2 chicken dinners. Shamil now sees a little bit of challenge coming in from IQ as he tries to stop by, but Olio is ready to suppress him with some shots as well. Should be picked up by Shamil. No issues at all, but as for Aegon I8, they have a few members coming from back. Falak again! This man is unstoppable, and he's gonna look for more, tagging onto Shamil's vehicle as well.
And now with Olio, our YOODO Alliance down to the last 2, Shamil as well as Flax. And for AGIA, because they have the information, okay, they know from the earlier elimination feed that Adeluk is out, and they now know that Oleo, obviously representing YOODO Alliance, is out as well. That means there's only 2 left. That's why we can see AGI, they're really confident going for the chase.
Yeah, and they're definitely not going to hold back this Macho Mill out, but this is a tough angle for IQ to take those shots. As we closely follow the SA versus SEA program, Vampire Esports make it very possible to actually take the lead at the moment with only 2 points ahead. FaZe having MR5, previously known as Maroon 5, by the way. He's no Adam Levine, but he can definitely drop some tunes onto NBE.
I can definitely move like Jagger.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But hopefully his jaggy moves will save him this time as we're back onto YOODO Alliance. Oh, man. From the pan to the fire to the floor, that is YOODO Alliance. 3 different teams. Everywhere they rotate, they seem to bump into them. And unfortunately, out.
Yeah, they chase them out like a pack of wolves, and Aegon I8 have gotten all 4 points back into their hands. So what else is there left on the tank for YOODO Alliance? I think it's been a great run so far for the Malaysian team. You know, like they started off day 1 down at the gutter, still holding on to 8th position, but that can be followed up by DRS, which is just 2 points away. So for now, DRS fancies the opportunity. Long-range trades might happen between GEEK, SLATE, as well as Leo. So for now, you mentioned that you are hoping to see Leo getting that chicken dinner. Let's see if that circle belongs to them. It will still cover the edges of Monte Nuevo by the hilltops of the water tanks. FaZe Clan as well as NBE are still locked into position. STE has got eyes onto Alter Ego.
Yeah, speaking about Leo, they only have GEEK, SLATE to deal with. Everyone else is too far away for them. So as long as they can deal with GEEK, SLATE, they'll be okay. But for DRS, dealing with 4MV, Apex currently down. And right now, they need to finish off the job. Siste has backup arriving onto him. It's going to be Delta on the other building, but Delta, the moment he arrives, immediately gunned down.
Yeah, Ganting is definitely a holdout for long enough for Killer YT to actually supplement with a little bit more of a cover ground. Rufus moving in with the DBS. Grenades now being cooked up. Killer trying to clear these angles out. Meanwhile, Trace, that's a new name that I don't really see every day coming in from FaZe Clan to be playing right now to secure one for his own. DRS clears out shop. Only 1 more member remaining for the side of 4MV that's going to be staying put. But Doc, he should be able to pick up Apex in the jiffy.
Just like the name, the real soldiers, they will not go down without a fight. Right now, Killer just need to pick up his teammate. They will reset at the same time. 4MV will be doing exactly the same. Apex is now up on his 2 feet after that reset. So it looks like it's going to be a Mexican standoff for now.
Yeah, and majority of all these teams currently battling is going to be from South Asia. So great chances to actually collect some points, even if it's against their own fellow SA representatives. Leo now knocks one down from the side of STALWART Esports, and Apex made it down. Doc definitely has a lot of medical skills to be able to actually resuscitate his teammate, but IT is already charging right in. He's got a grenade being prepared from the side of Doc.
Molly!
Got to actually find this one out, and Doc, he does find a nade, gets one. Up to Gante right now. Gante held back. Doc wastes no time, but the charges come in. Gante, can he find it though? Few more steps on the block. But here we have it. Gante brings it back for DRS.
And 4 Miracle Vibes. They are out. No points this time.
Boom. This is the best chance possible here in Miramar. Though we have not seen any action coming in from Boom, just like the past round, they will be the late warmers heading into perhaps the stage 5. If they still survive, then Boom may have the chance to overtake.
Yeah, we talk about the first condition for Boom to be #1 is that 4MV must not be able to collect points. And it looks like this is the case for this round. But now Boom needs to do their job, needs to do their business of collecting as many points as possible, at least 20 points, get a chicken dinner together with it. If Boom gets a chicken dinner here, with a decent amount of elimination points, the final round will be really interesting.
Indeed it will be, and I hope that there's no hot drops into each respective teams. Meanwhile, Boom, they have troubles of their own. Longer on top of the hill, spotted out by Hale. A fellow SEA representative taking down Akul. And there's no way that they're going to climb out to save him, are they? Razy, instead of going for the save, he's going to look for the challenge against Hale. Spots out C-Sky only. Razy now dishes out damage, takes out, gets slow, and that's going to be flashed down as well. Looking for all four. Oh, C-Sky only has not got any form of room, and they're just going to bail out of that situation. Tiger X looking to survive.
All right, so now Boom collecting the points. 2 points in the back for Boom. They're looking for more at this moment. As Razy gets another knockdown, Tiger is still alive at the high ground. They know exactly where Tiger is at. Tiger with a nade on his own. Pombe is getting closer and closer with an AK. Razy is going to provide support onto him. Tiger stuck in the shack. And now the molly will be tossed out. Tiger forced to move out of the shack. Pombe will finish him off. 4 points for Boom.
The cleanest execution I've seen coming from long range battle, brought out close, and here's another one going in against DRS. Outnumbered, Rules has to do it all.
Rules? Okay, where's the other one? Oh, the other side. Okay, here we go. AGI8, everyone on the Rules. Gonna be a straightforward cleanup for them. AGI8 collecting the points in the bag. As right now, AGI8 stands at number 5, just below NBE.
2 members knocked out from the side of Vampire Esports, and KSA has found the final blow against Ravenclaw. So many of these fights actually close up rather quickly. So many decisive strikes, and I can see that SA teams are really picking up the pace right now. And the one being the most ferocious has been Aegon IA, now with 4 points. DRS has at least gotten 3 out of the equation. Meanwhile, NBES, they have not moved away from FaZe Clan, as they are somewhere around the corners of the zone. But that will change in the matter of a minute once all of this strings up. Ventoris is just going to be hugging by the corner wall, and now it's up to Alter Ego to nade up STE. They've been weakened much early on by other teams, and now it's only down to Action, it seems. And Action, he did actually land the grenade. A couple more shots comes in, and Rosemary secures STE.
Well, 3 points in the bag for Alter Ego, who will be looking to at least come back onto page 1. They were pretty okay at page 1 at some point, but as a recent performance, relegated onto page 2. So now they have that opportunity, considering that YOODO Lions eliminated STE as well. They're their closest contenders to get into page 1.
And now they really have to, of course, fancy their chances against DRS. And DRS definitely is in a predicament. Have been locked out by Aegon I8. And another shot comes in. Perfect pixel plays coming in from Aegon I8. So DRS already out of the equation. And Mabetex, 5 streak of those points have gone to their hands so far. And just like that, I believe the race for SA, they should be able to hold their current lead, overtaking FaZe Clan as well. The nade now being sent towards Rosemary, needing to deal with 2 members. And maybe on top of those heals have gotten so much. I don't think they have angles against these 2 teams.
Oh yeah, they don't have the right angle now. They don't even have a good vision of where exactly they are. So they're just following the smoke trace to just try their luck. But nothing is landed onto their opponent. So without that knock, AGI8, it's hard for them to push.
Yeah, rather difficult. Rosemary respects the amount of area of play that Aegon can basically acquire as they take the buggy, and Rosemary hops back onto his, allowing a little bit more of that space. Quick thinking coming from Rosemary to steer away from danger at the very least. 3 points in for the side of Alter Ego so far. As the battle continues, FaZe Clan has been playing this tug of war for the longest of time and finally decides it's time to go in for the invade.
Well, they're going to invade onto NBE with Fizz. Currently knocked. Mondo will trade it back. Ventoris taken out. Beautiful off angle here by Mondo to protect their compound from any incoming attack. As FaZe Clan, they need to make the move first because the zone will arrive onto them. MR5 will be knocked out by Akash. Mela will be keeping out to them, tries to finish off his opponent, but the shot's not able to land. And now Mela pick up his teammate, but time is on their side.
Time is definitely off the S's, and that's the ball over onto his left-hand side. There's no time for Mela to even heal up. These points will be denied, but he will rescue MR5. But MR5 could not survive out of the pressure of the blue.
Unfortunately for him, they were pinned down by NBE. They had nowhere to go. Their only option was to take down NBE, but NBE defended the ground really, really well. But now the vehicle smoked up NBE, abandoned ship. Unfortunately, they cannot continue on the journey with the UAZ.
Now forced into the battle as well as against Leo. This is not looking all too good.
And here we go, NBE in the open. I don't think that was a position that they meant to stop.
Not at all, and GEEK, SLATE, they basically take their chances with so many players out in the open field. Damroot, sharp enough on that Mini 14, picks one up against Leo members. Now, uphill battle for the side of Boom against Wally, and Wally's getting knocked down, but same goes to Akul. 1-to-1 trade, now down towards Leo, pushing forward, and it's going to be Razy that will get that pickup.
Oh, Razy resetting himself. At the same time, he has to do it quick because MAB is still around the corner. They still have one there. Palmit is going in. Palmit might win this fight, and Palmit will do so. 8 elimination points now for Boom, while all 4 of them can still reset.
Just look at how well Boom actually plays through the terrains to take on all these teams, and they've always won these lower kill battles. Just astounding plays, one after another from Boom Esports, and they still have 4 members to play with.
Oh yeah, so now with 8 elimination points, they are at 182. So edging closer and closer towards 4MV, but right now, GEEK SLATE against NBE. NBE now at the lower ground. GEEK SLATE has a little bit more elevation, but Fistboy with that last stick of hell.
Oh,
he prioritized tossing the nade, that's land onto Audrey.
And that is basically great calculations as well on the trajectory. And of course, he does have his teammates to back up, so he wasn't all too worried whether he's gonna get knocked or not. Now all eyes are on Damroot. He's on the outskirts. How is he supposed to come in? The rest of GEEK fam, GEEK SLATE, trying to get used to it, as they are gonna be keeping the rest of NBE at bay. Some of the members are already taking position. Snipes knocks down Fistboy, and that opens up so much more room for the push.
And now Snipes, unfortunately Snipes gunned down as well. But it's going to be Palmit from the other side. Boom Esports, they're not going to let anyone go. Can they steal more eliminations from afar? Palmit is a bane for these 2 teams at this point.
Mondo just run them over. Oh, such a catastrophe for GEEK SLATE. But there is still Damroot. All hopes left here for the Malaysian team on the captain himself. And that is a tough fight that they had to go through. It looked as if they finally found a golden opportunity against NBE, but Boom had to butt in. But there's also Box Gaming.
Oh, Box Gaming coming in, NBE, they are crushed by multiple teams or multiple angles at this point. But look at the regional points. Southeast Asia has overtaken South Asia for the first time. And now GEEK SLATE unfortunately will be taken down. But it's going to be Boom Esports securing another point in the bag.
Boom Esports have no care in the world. They've been rampaging every other team by just cutting across these corners. And now is the top team to beat. Aegon I8 makes it into the top 4 with a full squad. And this may also be the first chicken dinner for Pakistan as well. Leo, 1 final member remaining, making it to top 4. The chances of a chicken dinner may look slim, but there may be a glimmer of hope coming in for the Nepalese squad. Palmit now finds one more, and it's against the top fragger of Pakistan, Falak down on the ground. That was a prime position helped by Alter Ego that's no longer in play. And there's just so much information that despite being digested by Palmit, that he even knows the whereabouts of Box Gaming members.
And now Boom Esports, they're on the roll. They got the last 9 elimination points at this moment. AGI will reset the stats, but Yummy is not done yet. Knocked down the Kwang, but he cannot secure the elimination point just yet. But he wants to do so. He's still keeping eyes on the rest of Box Gaming on the other side. At the same time, look at this. Razy's opening up. They want to get the points in the bag.
And this is just very, very unconventional out of Boom Esports. They're taking each of their members into different territories of play and now just charges towards Box Gaming. That grenade's not going to land onto anybody for now. There is a lot of creases for Box Gaming to hide out, but that grenade clipped coming out of Razy. They do have some health being chipped out of them. Another one lands onto Gosu, leaving only 3 more for Box Gaming.
Oh, that is 10 elimination points for Box Gaming as Kwang prepares his own nade. Good toss on the Boom. Who will it land onto? It's going to be Achol. Kwang will finish it off with an M4. Razy will be knocked down by Kwang as well. 2 knockdowns back to back, but it's going to be Yummy to finish off Kwang. And this could be the moment for them to reset. But Yummy needs to finish off the job. Chen is now on his knees as Chen will be finished off by Yummy. Now it's going to be another point in the back for Boom Esports.
And they really have to get to Aku quickly. He will bleed out, but Razy should be able to be revived eventually. There is a lot of space being acquired by Boom Esports at the moment. Aegon I8 just waiting for the time to strike as they are taking the northern point. A safe distance being created between them as well as Boom. But what about the Lone Rangers? Heidami, Trongzin, Falak knows. Both of them are there.
Oh, Falak. Okay, who will he pull the trigger on to first? Is it going to be Trongzin or is it going to be Heidami? But right now it's going to be Boom making that move into the circle. AGI8 as well. But Boom getting information before they decide where to go. Pombe will be the scouter. Trongzin playing by the edge of the circle. He should have enough space to still stay at where he is.
12 points for Boom Esports. Potentially, if they do take out everybody else in the lobby, 26 points could be perhaps the perfect way to actually go about. But at the moment, they will need to look for a better positioning as they acquire about 30% of the map at the moment. Pombit now locks onto the target, sees Heidami. He's prone on his belly and it's going to be hard to clip. And I think they already have a hunch on where Aegon I8 is hiding out.
Oh yeah, they do have an idea right now as Aegon I8 made that move. But Aegon I8, all of them on the outside of the circle, they'll be sharing the same area as Boom Esports. Boom Esports, at least they have one representative in the circle, but now the neighbor tossed out by Trongzin, he knows exactly where his opponent is at just across him. Trongzin will need to win the fight against Heidami because he needs to get into the circle. Whereas for Heidami, his position is in the circle. If somehow Trongzin can get into that position, that will be great for him.
Trongzin did manage to stay afloat, but they have to actually cut across even further than that. They could not afford to challenge the rest of Box Gaming with the numbers favoring Boom at the moment. Aegon I8, they have to move through the corners, and now on those vehicles, that's where Boom hopes to punish them, breaks open the vehicle, but Fox stays alive.
Bonbin, can he finish on the job? But it looks like he got some help from Trongzin for the other side. Yummy as well will finish off IQ. And it's going to be another point for Boom. Falak knocked down by Razy. Razy can he get another one? Yes, he will. It's going to be Ghost next. But can he finish off everything? Yes, 16 elimination points for Boom Esports.
Now they can acquire up to 18, and yes, they will. Boom Esports. Eyes on the prize with a winner-winner chicken dinner with one more game to go to chase up against 4MV. And this is the start of something new for SEA.
Oh, the final game will be huge now. The final game will be really interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss the final game. Could it be Boom? Could it be 4MV to be the PMRC champion?
And keeping tabs onto the scorelines as well. We see so many SA teams play so aggressively in order to maintain their lead of the regional points, but SEA have been able to take so much more and have already overcome those numbers. We'll definitely have to track that once again. And Vampire Esports start things off with style. All these form of tricky terrains did not deter Boom Esports from basically acquiring targets. They know what the goals are. Take fights, and every single team that they fought, they've managed to just demolish their way like a bulldozer.
And on top of that, every single member from Boom Esports function to the max. Like even though one person is down, another one can come in, and so on and so forth. Like the swap in, swap out, it's just flawless for Boom. And how they execute fights, it's just great because of that. Their team coordination is masterpiece.
And it's beautifully pieced just like that. A work of art by Boom Esports. With one more game remaining, it will still need to see whether or not can 4MV make an advancement, but that is all that we do have here on the cast's desk. One more game to go, and I believe the other table will be ecstatic to break this one down. So back to you, Choo Choo, as well as Tash Money. Take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And now, what a statement play by Boom, as though a mind shift happened as soon as they saw 4MV going down. Again, Choo Choo, would you mind breaking down what exactly Boom Esports did right?
Definitely, they're taking the routes not taken on the northern side at first. With 18 eliminations, Boom has been bulldozing teams from the north side down towards the side of Monte Nuevo and for the final circle as well. The only difference, the biggest difference, might be a small one, but a big impact coming from Boom this time. They do not hesitate. There'll be some times where Razy kind of, want to go for CQC against MAB, but think twice about their positions again. But lucky enough, Yummy, this duo, Razy and Yummy, has been working so well to cover each other out when it comes to certain off angle. If Yummy can't see it, Razy can cover it, and vice versa. I think that was really incredible based on the team coordination, like how Cloud just mentioned. It's between Yummy and Razy. Really, both of them deserve to be up here.
Really, and I think that for them, even though they lost one player coming forward, they were able to still coordinate with one another, having one person play separately and the other two making sure that they're able to trade and also provide support. Now, coming into that game just now, I really like the fact that Boom Esports was the team to play on the side of the terrain. They made sure they had a lot of control on that terrain toward Monte Nuevo, made sure to hold on to the area, did not allow box to come into the circle, and on top of that, made sure they can take these long-range fights because they seem to understand and know that CQC is I would say, the power spike that you can expect from South Asian teams. Regardless, 4MV still maintaining the first place spot, but the gap has significantly gone down here as they are only separated by 13 points. But 4MV looks very, very scary up there with 5 chicken dinners.
The only reason why 4MV can be catch up by Boom because they went down out of the equation without any elimination points, without any point at all. And 4MV always a bit slow when it comes to rotation from the southern side. But this time they want to take the numbers up high. But due to how aggressive they want to get themselves, they're just being punished instead of getting more. So this kind of a bit greedy, kind of a bit reckless for 4MV.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like high risk, high reward thing going on.
I mean, if you want to talk about high risk, high reward, Boom Esports has definitely been doing that. I think they've been really, I wouldn't say reckless, but they've been really taking up these fights. And it just shows that in their idea of how exactly they want to play, they want to make sure it's going to be eliminations first. And that really translated the game just now. But for my prediction right now, I'm going to bring it into 4MV. Yesterday, they made a statement play, ending the day with a chicken dinner. I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to do it again.
And so far, 4MV scored the last game usually a bit more than usual.
Yeah.
And I don't know what will happen in the last map here because Boom right now is on fire. And speaking of the duo, Razy and Yummy, that was incredible plays. It was really unnecessary for them to lose that one member just now.
Yeah.
Maybe because when they are doing their rotation, repositioning themselves into a certain angle to cover as much circle as they can, they got slightly a bit too far separated.
Yeah.
That's where one of the members being knocked down, and it's a bit too far from them to actually to rescue him.
I think it's also one thing that's really interesting is the fact that because they had so much space to work with the northern side, I think it was also a confidence play. And I think it might also have been an overheat because when I saw them kind of moving around the area, they were sort of separated there. And it was to the situation where I felt like it was going to be really hard to pick up because again, even though they had full control of the high ground, it was still a very open area with box so very close by. But I am very, I would say, impressed with the fact that even though they were man disadvantaged, they were still able to take the 3 versus 4 against DRS. And I think because they understood that we focus on DRS first before we focus on the final 2, and just like that, they cleaned it up, cleaned house very, very well. But yeah, I agree with you. They shouldn't have lost that player. Regardless, coming into this next match, let's have a look at the head-to-head here between South Asia and Southeast Asia, where South Asia has been taken down by Southeast Asia. 691 total eliminations to 672 here by South Asia, with a total of 17,000 total damage put in against 16,000 by South Asia. And you know, we can tell which teams are the ones really putting in the numbers today.
Well, at the same time, it's not impossible for South Asia to catch up. It's down to the finishing line. Who gets the final talk? Who get the final numbers up there? Because by the end of the day, it's too close for us to justify who is actually stronger than the other. Both regions, I have to say, maybe an early start, South Asia is super strong, but that's the question. When they have such a grand start, right?
Yeah.
Are they out of stamina right now?
I would say it's not really them being out of stamina, it's them being microscoped. Like you said, the adaptation of the Southeast Asian teams. Again, we go back to the interview with STALWART, where he said that, you know, Southeast Asia is not adapting, so they were expecting more. But again, if you remember from past trends, Southeast Asia has always been that team that is a very slow cooker sort of play. They take time to really understand and then adjust maybe day 2, day 3. Yeah, it's not ideal in shorter leagues, but in this situation, it looks so good coming into the last 2 days. Actually, in the last day, what is, I would say, a statement it is for them to have a majority of the chicken dinners compared to day 1 and day 2, where it felt like South Asia was just on the upper hand.
At the same time, I wish Egonai do score that chicken dinner, because they are one of a few teams that don't have that chicken dinner yet. They have a very clear path from the southern side, and the only one that actually will stop them was usually it's going to be 4MV, but in the case 4MV being eliminated early out of the equation, but they do have a shot at that. But it's just when it comes to tactical wise, when it comes to how the rest of Boom actually fan out, one of them, they know for a fact there's nobody else behind them. So they got over across the line in a parallel move towards the side of Boom Esports. So they place one player to get over each of the angle that covers the entirety of the last circle. So there's no way in without being noticed on the side of Boom players. And that was really smart regarding of how they are at disadvantage, but make good use of it.
Yeah, and I think also when you look at AGI8, I think the idea for them was to get that chicken dinner because they weren't over-aggressing, they weren't taking up too much space or trying to take these fights. They're just waiting. The only player that are marking the other 2 members of the team, which is Leo as well as Box, I believe, was Falak, and the other members were inside the compound holding on. And I think this is a problem with AGI8. I think like for them, they do get a compound. They're so great at taking up this space, taking up the best areas in the circle, but because they're not too proactive in taking away these fights, in engaging, it kind of like in a way maybe perhaps playing too safe is their downfall.
I do want to see their wolf. I mean, like, it's not really usual for Agonite 8 to be cowering inside of a compound. Usually they love to be
They're
very
just waiting, honestly, yeah.
on the outside. But when it comes to the last few circles, that's where we can see the pressure getting into their head.
Yeah.
Because it happens always in the last few circles for Agonite 8. They've been consistently getting themselves for the entire day at around top 5, top 6, or even top 8. But when it comes to finishing, that's where they start to worry too much. They overthink themselves about where are the other teams, where are they coming from, who's actually behind us, instead of going out and try to make it as much as possible. So the case of Agonite 8, they are very close of getting that chicken, but it's just they're stopping themselves in the very last minute.
This is actually really interesting when you think about it, because well, how the turntables were in day number 1 and 2. We were talking about how Southeast Asia had a lot of problems closing games. There's a lot of hesitation. They're overthinking these fights, and now suddenly we can see this aggression coming out. How they're just like, you know, at certain times maybe it's best for us to turn off our brains, and we're seeing that coming up from FaZe, YOODO Alliance, even Hale. And even at some moments, even VPE and FaZe Clan. So it's a very interesting situation coming through here, where it just shows that, okay, we're understanding that South Asia loves to play aggressive. Let's bring the aggression to them and see what we can do with our firepower. Because again, I think we've talked about this since yesterday and today. In terms of firepower, Southeast Asia and South Asia has been very, very good. They're very on par. It's just a matter of when exactly to use it, how exactly you want to take it. And I think it's been looking so very well. And I think that these 2 regions even though it seemed like South Asia was just so high up on day one, number two, it seems like Southeast Asia is able to catch up. They're able to adapt. It just takes some time compared to South Asia, which really sets the tone and the pace on day number one. And I think that's the problem, right? When you're being microscoped here, when you're doing the same thing over and over, you're not able to adjust. And because you have been setting the tone for way too many days, for way too many games, people start to understand and want to take back the momentum in their hands.
That's kind of true. Lucky this is not a league. If it's a league, we're gonna have a yo-yo numbers
Oh, yeah.
all week long. But speaking of yo-yo or not, between South Asia and Southeast Asia is too close right now to call it who's the champion and the best region. We're gonna toss it back to SLATE and Contra for our final game in PMRC.
You know what? You know what Contra said? He said that if Boom Esports becomes the champion of PMRC, he's going to go bald.
I've never said anything.
I know you. Of course, you're going to deny it
the whole time,
of course, you're going to deny it.
all
Of
right,
course,
sure,
of
sure.
course.
I'll
of
cut my hair
course.
regardless.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Hey, no holds barred. There's nothing to hold back right now. One final game for their respective region. SEA has taken over. And a wild storm sweeping into our final day. 4 chicken dinners so far out of 5 here in the final day. And if Boom actually does it, this will be the craziest bout we've ever seen from both respective regions. And we're about to kick off our final match real soon.
I'm going to give a plot twist, right? So, for MV, on purpose, let Boom sort of catch up.
Worked hard for, right?
Yeah, so that the last game is interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, put a little bit of spice there.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you have been waiting for will begin in about 10 seconds time. Who will take it all? It's all glory and all the unity that we have in the PMRC SEA versus SA.
Final game, ladies and gentlemen, full of drama. Who would have thought the PMRC would go down to the final game to really decide who will be the champions of PMRC? Will it be 4 Miracle Vibes or will it be Boom Esports?
We're also looking at unity in victory as well, where both regions are hoping to reclaim their pride to see which one is the stronger region of all. But at this moment, it's really fair to say that both regions are on equal grounds in the first 2 days, as AF definitely shown that they've been the better side. And then on this final 2 days, Southeast Asia has played the long game to run the full mile of the marathon. And Boom Esports, all eyes are on them right now. In the past round, they are actually dropping to challenge for MV, and they want to sell it right here, right now. He's gonna find the first knock, and perhaps this is to their own demise. For MV, they're all scattered across. Palmbit now needs to deal with ease.
Welcome to the hard drop, ladies and gentlemen. Yummy currently down. Palmbit with an MK3. Can he pull off the unthinkable here to win against an M4? But looks like Palmbit currently down. 2 more members of Boom. What can they do? They're on the higher ground.
2 members knocked out. And all hopes might be crushed right here. It's down to Actual as well as Razy to ace out 4 members of 4MV. They're still on their loot. Barrel in the hand for the side of Akul. And 4MV should have already known their position by now. They're just trying to get quick loots before they take on the full squad. And 4MV, they're definitely feeling great, full of confidence to close off this tournament right here, right now, with the championship battle happening in moments' time.
Okay, so 2v4. I mean, we're talking about Boom. They have a lot of firepower in them. So things could turn. But we're going to get a result really, really early.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a... I thought it was going to be a nail-biter, right? But it could all be a grand upset, or it could be, you know, all the build-up for nothing, you know? Now, 2 members to fend off against 4 for MV is taking their sweet time. Razy has already marked over the corner of the walls, trying to suppress some shots. And he's gonna find a knock. Razy is also taking down his all hopes onto the shoulders of Akul. 3 versus 1. Spots out Ease. Damage being done. No aids for Akul. 1 more bullet to go. And he finds the first nade.
Okay. He only has 1 first aid now. Going up against the entire 4MV squad. 4MV searching exactly where he is. He is on the 2nd floor right now. He only has 30 plus 8 bullets. And that's about it. He doesn't even have a secondary weapon.
I'm not sure if that could actually take on the full squad, but he's going to do some chip damage onto the member of 4MV. A little bit of push and pull. 24 more bullets to go, and he doesn't have weapons. And there you have it. 4MV will be undeniably the champions here in the PMRC.
Well, that was pretty anticlimactic, not gonna lie.
Anticlimactic indeed.
Yeah, I was hoping for it to be a nail-biting finish, just like what you mentioned. But hey, you know what's next?
The show must go on.
The show, well, that's one. Secondly, we still have the regional points to talk about.
Yeah, so it's all about that. And of course, we do have somebody here that might want to confirm this.
So too bad, Tash, she's not going bald.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to see that, right?
Well, I want to see you get a shave tomorrow. Well,
that's not hard.
Yeah, I know. It's a norm for Sir Cloud. Keeping things shiny. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, Sandesh needing to deal with this situation against Vampire Esports. Oh, through the corners of the staircase. I don't think that works, Tony K. Good attempt, but Jane over on the top end. These 2 teams have always fought each other in Minas Generalis.
Okay, speaking about fighting, Sandesh takes the first knockdown onto Vampire Esports through Stone. And now Sandesh can get the second one. Looks like the answer is no. A little bit too much for him to handle as Tony K still holding it strongly. Now he shows himself, okay, only a little bit more health left on his opponent. With the vector in hand, he should be able to do it. And yes, he will.
Yeah, that's with the final clip as well. Now, Tony K, all he has to do is to find Jamie. He already had a couple of shots sent from above, so they should have a clue, but no angles at the moment. Vampire Esports, no pressure on them. They've already secured those 3 points. And Jane has just got to work his way out of Minas Generalis. Looking at loots, he's got the M4, level 1 vest. Not many troubles to work around. 1 frag grenade, sure, that's decent, but going up against Vampire Esports, that's no way that he could basically challenge.
Oh, we can consider that a win for FaZe Clan, for Vampire.
Yeah.
So it's a 100% win rate between T2K and them.
Yeah, overall, it's also very interesting where there was also certain maps where T2K, they just decide, hey, we're just going to share the area of play and respect your territory. But when they do go on the contest, it didn't seem like the 5 powers have been able to match up. Not to say that they're lacking, but Vampire Esports is 2 steps ahead of them because T2K usually comes in with those form of advances, and when you do contest them on these close grounds, it's all about getting those early pickups, which Tony K and Co has been able to do very, very swiftly. So Vampire Esports, you know, they got their engines running rather late into the tournament, but things have been looking rather good. They've still been able to acquire more than 100 points throughout the course of the tournament. Jane, or shall we name him Johnny, has been...
It's Jane.
Yeah, because, you know, like some people are very particular about pronunciations with the letters of how, you know, the strokes of the writing.
I know someone's into the strokes. But not in this context, you know, not in this context. But you know what I was kind of thinking, right? What if South Asia could win at the other day, overtake Southeast Asia in the regional points?
It could be a double win because 4MV has already been secured for that #1 spot. Now, the rest of the South Asia
so let's get to my point.
Oh, well, sorry. Yeah. Okay, get to it.
Oh, gosh. That was anticlimactic. Okay, now we're back to the action. Okay, never mind.
Jane, so little health left, still doing a lot of damage. But with a gust of wind, he could be taken off the top. And he gets 2. Can he get more? Almost taking down Ravenclaw, and that's about it. Vampire Esports should be able to resuscitate all the fallen members. Anyways, back to what you were saying about SEA.
Yeah, so if SA can be the champions, as in regional point champions, can we get Tash to do burpees on live stream?
Burpees on live stream.
Yeah.
Does she need to climb the table to do that?
A good point though.
I don't know.
Maybe a star jump will be.
Star jump.
Yeah.
Gotta ask production, man. Like, I'm getting stairs. I see 2 thumbs up. They want to see the
we got
star
thumbs
jumps
up.
or
Okay.
burpees.
South Asia, let's go.
Hell Esports, though. This is a team that got so many chicken ears, and they definitely have put Southeast Asia back on track. And I want to see how much more can they actually do here inside of Miramar, because yesterday's run, we've seen them securing top 2, almost getting a chicken dinner for themselves.
And okay, so right now on average, right, if we okay, there's not enough points for NBE to take number 2. Okay, so that's pretty much done, right?
Yeah, done.
Up there, assuming that STE and MAB being the top performing teams amongst some of the top performing teams among the South Asia teams, if they can perform well this round, there's a possibility that South Asia could be overtaking Southeast Asia. But this sort of clash is definitely not going to help them. But anyway, we're still going to settle the score between NBE as well as Aegon I8. Oh, yeah. Aegon I8. Yeah, team.
Seems to be the case for MV as well as YOODO Alliance, just next to each other over down south. But the battles will happen in cross-border treatment. Leo now getting bombarded by the rest of NBeSports. And that actually connects coming in from Akaz to take down Soyam. Very swift measurement as Leo is now left with only 3. But that still suffice as they've been able to also get the knockback onto Akaz.
Okay, here we go. Slipknot. As well as Haidami. Okay, Haidami, the hero of Leo yesterday. Can he pull it off again? At this time around, it's going to be against NBE. But Slipknot still holding the ground. NBE taking their time to reset. Where Slipknot is not going to allow them that time. But the volley onto Slipknot. Slipknot down. It's only Haidami left.
What's going on? Mondo now, 1 HP. And a dream. 1 versus 1 against Haidami. He does get himself healed up. And then the run in was so unusual that we didn't really expect them to actually bypass each other. And Mondo right now going for the final few tags, and these 2 SA squads are not giving way. Haidami saves the day again.
Wow, Haidami, hero for Leo. Okay, since the final round, right, and we clearly know who's going to be the champion. Leo might as well get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, might as well get the final chicken dinner, or could it be Aegon I8 as well, who have yet to actually get chicken dinner for SA. So we'll definitely have to check that one out. Still, a clear advantage for those who are around water treatment as well as the valleys of Cruz de Val. A lot of battles taking place over the south side, setting the scores by the corners of Graveyard with 3 teams left in the vicinity. And for MV, they arrived at the scene over the top end. After crashing, boom, onto their demise, they are looking for those pickoffs. Adik Luke being tagged out by Tony K. So many points for Vampire Esports to begin the round, and now they will have to also deal with these 2 other teams that's also waiting around the wings. So he's still holding on to the grenade, but we'll have to let go.
Yeah, for MV now, they'll be on a high. They want to finish up the job with a chicken dinner as well to that name, just to top things off with East on the 2nd floor. He has an idea where the rest of Utilize is at. Beautiful jump shot done by East. And he will secure another elimination point. Now down to Oleo for YOODO Alliance.
A great clearance at East. Look at him go. 6 elimination points, all on top of this individual effort. And now Schweppes, pressured by his own. I don't think he can heal up in time.
Oh, but Vampire Esports butting in still. Oleo gets a knockdown. Oleo will finish up the job. And that's going to be another point for them. But Stone is on the other side. Stone onto Apex. Apex and Stone 1v1. Stone now super duper low. He doesn't have any first aids. He won't have enough time to find first aids to heal up. But still, it's going to be Ease to finish up Stone.
And now, 1 versus 1, Oleo versus Ease. Ease has been monstrous in this round of Miramar. That grenade will not connect, and he will run across, and he spots him out!
Oh!
Ease! 8 points in hand, and they still survive. 10 points already in stage 3 for our champions of South Asia.
Dude, it's also a race between the three of them on who's going to be the MVP for the tournament. Let's still that award.
Great point.
Yeah.
So I think like Ease, without a shadow of a doubt, with so many points in this round itself, should be the MVP of it all.
It is a high possibility, not gonna lie. We are also 10 points now difference between the two regions for Tash Bunny to actually sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on stream.
Oh, we changed the deal already?
Yeah, I just feel like listening to her sing if South Asia wins.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, she's been singing a different song before the show. I think she'll be happy to do that.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I think
she
like,
was.
you know,
Yeah.
we don't want some copyright strikes over on the stream, so we gotta let her chill for a bit. STE, they find one member out of Leo. Hey, Dami might have actually been the hero throughout
IC?
the course of the run. But IC gets in with the swift push, takes out Slipknot, and that should be it for Leo with only one more member. Or that might have truly been taken down as well. Here comes Rosemary, though.
Well, not the fact that Leo is out, unfortunately. I'll be looking forward to see if Eiko IA can get the chicken dinner.
Okay. We've been having a lot of switch-ups. Meanwhile, look at these beautiful tags coming from Rosemary.
Yeah, you
2
know,
shots, 2 landed.
you know about switch-ups, right? You know where I came from?
Uh-huh.
We call this Leleng.
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 Tell me about Leleng.
Leleng.
What exactly is Leleng?
Leleng, or in another local accent, it's called Lalang.
Lalang.
Yeah,
Oh.
you support the team.
It's like a grasshopper, in a way.
Well, you move around.
Ah.
You move around. So, okay, that team didn't work out. Okay, I'm going to go to the other team. So
Yeah.
now Ego Nayit is my pick.
Yeah, speaking of Egan, Palak's gonna get that knock right there. So lots of hopes for the Pakistani team to be able to score their best round possible. FaZe Clan now had one member being knocked out, and Aegon I8 goes in for the push. Doc finds one, challenges the rest of Alter Ego. These two members, they're riding on the high with those 10 points that they've acquired. One grenade being cooked up, and Alter Ego will be able to run back into safety, but Doc doesn't really have much room to run around, so Fnatic doesn't even need to drop the nade. And that should be just it for 4MV. And MAB now challenges the rest of DRS, and in a blink of an eye, Mabetex clears them out.
Okay, FaZe Clan now against Ego IA with Mela coming over the other side, and Mela will get a knockdown. One more to go for Mela, but it's going to be 1v1. Make that 2v1 as Mela now down to 40% of health. But we have Alter Ego coming as well. Alter Ego wants a piece of this.
Fallock's going to be holding on to the high angle. He can still butt in, lock down these two teams, and Ghost, he's going to be able to stay alive, but for how long? Fnatic getting tagged from above as Fallock tries to strike him out. He's the only member remaining for the Aegon IA, but he's definitely taking Alter Ego with him if he needs to.
Okay, Fallock from the long range, put the pressure on the Alter Ego. Alter Ego now resetting at the same time. UZM eliminated by Alter Ego. Fnatic taken out as well. At the same time, GEEK SLATE out. Damroot, the last man.
0 points for GEEK SLATE,
Wait.
unfortunately.
Bruh, we're
Yeah.
only stage 4.
Yeah, stage 4, and this is how crazy the rounds can get when there's no pressure of chasing points at all, because they already know, for MV, it's done. They've already had that #1 spot, and now Alter Ego, though, they're still pushing forward with only Rosemary, but he doesn't really have too much health, so he has to back away, gives him some space, but that nade, out of nowhere. How did Tiger X land that one?
Well, I guess that's where tigers have extra senses as compared to regular human beings.
Yeah. Maybe there's a tracking item onto that grenade. I'm just, of course, cracking an unfunny joke out of nowhere, but here comes Hale, though.
It's
Gonna
okay
go
as
in
long
for
as
the
you giggle
Acknowledge.
you acknowledge yourself, that's fine.
Yeah, a little bit of segregation for Potato starting from the back. This is going to be a big nade coming from Octa. Will not actually land onto Flash as compared to what Tiger X have offered early on. They're already getting on the wheels and they don't want to deal with the rest of Alter Ego. There's still a long way to go, but 5 teams and ample of time. They can play all day if they want.
Oh yeah, I mean not only time, but we're still at stage 5. Can you imagine the amount of space left?
Yeah.
With the amount of teams.
It's like you can go east, you can go west, like you may not even run into somebody else. It's like, okay, yeah, you want to take a fight. Yeah, sure. I think there's no third party for now. Maybe. Just maybe. Look at that. Box Gaming all alone and the rest of STE. Yeah, scope as much as you want. They're just going to be camping in there.
Yeah, they're going to be in there. STE is just still going to like do nothing but look, because objectively they don't need to, because they're all in the circle now. Everyone has their own corner at this point. They can't even have tea while they're at it.
You have a safe space, I have a safe space.
Everyone has a safe space.
Do you have a bank space, baby? Because maybe I'll write your name.
Wow.
Okay, I know our neighbors have been getting all these great concerts and maybe I want in as well. But this is the final concert of a battle between all these 5 teams left remaining. And STALWART Esports, they've had some rough run-ins for today and now takes the elevated spot. They should be able to actually challenge the rest of it. Box Gaming, they decide to take the lower grounds and taking a long-range trade against Rosemary. They look like ants from afar.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we can land the shot, but it's going to be a counter fire on the Trongzin instead.
It's interesting that he's actually using Winchester of all things hitting into the late game as well.
Ooh.
Out of all these snipers, that's probably the one with the least damage. And sure, it comes in handy with a 4x scope by default, but doesn't really suffice. But take what we can get for now, and MAB definitely will be able to actually get the access for the airdrop that just came right in. And all these efforts coming in from STE to stalk Box Gaming has come into fruition by knocking down one member off of Box Gaming. And Trongzin, yeah, he's definitely going to be picked up.
Yeah, but as much as IC wants to go, like he was shot by another team like from the side, so they kind of halt him there to make that decision to like call his teammates to move on. So I guess it's still going to be a staring contest between the 2 teams.
And it definitely will be for the moment. Stage 5 closing out. We got about, what, 4 more stages to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we take our sweet time. But any given moment, there can be an eruption of battles that will be taking place, though it's from a distance. No heavy commitment so far, but STE, they're just taking full control over onto the west as well as the north. As we take a bird's eye view from the top, it will be Mabetex that will actually gain more of the advantage of the circle, meaning to say the rest of STALWART Esports will need to press on forward.
Yeah, Hale Esports, they have an easy entry. They already have Sky only there as a marker. Alter Ego somewhat in a circle. Box Gaming, same as well. MAB, obviously. So the only team that will start to make that move, like a big move, will be STALWART Esports.
Yeah, it might be less drastic as we hope it to be, but Baron now caught out in the open. Rosemary being tagged till 1 HP left. He's got the boosters here to work out. And Octa quickly goes in for an elimination point. Still damage being done, and Alter Ego continues to pry things out in the open as the rest of Hale. We see what they have been able to do with full stack. Though they may not have found those elimination points yet, they are definitely in a good chance running for this chicken dinner against some of these squads that have been deterred. Mabetex now have action challenging them and will be moving into the compound for a full-on 4 versus 3.
Okay, here we go. STALWART Esports and MAB, the 2 Mongolian teams. going against each other as Nerze opens up with a nade onto the right with the DBS in hand. He's getting closer and closer to his opponent, but the Molly being tossed out to Nerze's side to buy time for them to reset. Nerze can't advance, but the DBS will be enough for him to get the knockdown. Now Wally trades it back.
And the Wally's gonna go down as well. The cavalry has arrived for STALWART Esports, and they will clear the section out. STE with a couple of all this elimination, and now looking for Leo. He has to do it all by himself, but I see at least taken down. Box Gaming is gonna join into the party as well, so they will crash it from the back and deny the chance for Mabetex.
Might as well, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go as Gosu comes in with the jump shot onto Leo. Leo now super duper low. Needs to get back, but Gosu be shot at by Tiger from afar. The long range from Hale Esports just to butt in.
And this definitely felt like a wrestling match, and they basically jumped
Boom!
through. And that is a bang to seal the deal.
Wow, where did that come from? And with that, and maybe we'll be eliminated with 5 elimination points. Alter Ego still looking at everything happening from afar.
And that is just smart measurement coming in from Hill Esports as well. Why commit in the close range battle when you can just slowly pick them off? Alter Ego's been doing exactly the same, but that is going to be deterred by Tops. Very, very sharp shots coming in from the Mini 14, but there is still 2 more members coming in from Hill that will be able to hold onto the same ground, not really giving much space against them. But in the center of it all, Box Gaming, are they going to decide against STALWART Esports? Remain to be the question. We see a 2-2 split formation going in for the Vietnamese squad right now. A very defensive setup, meanwhile, for the rest of STALWART Esports.
Well, next circle, here we go. And the compound is still an interesting piece of the circle. So next it could be Alter Ego coming in. Box Gaming sees exactly where they are. The long range from Kwang, stopping Alter Ego from moving. But then again, Alter Ego needs to move anyway because 30 more seconds. Well, they'll be pressured to go.
Yeah. Box Gaming. They have a few members on the outskirts that will need to actually join the rest of the team. Tiger X as well as Flash will travel together, but there is Rosemary that they will have to deal with. And I just love the fact that Rosemary's doing it all alone and finds Flash in the smoke. He's going to be able to deter any form of movements coming in from team, as they also do take on Hale at the same time.
Alter Ego now coming into the circle with Octas knocking down Tigers. Octa, can he get a second one? Sky Only is still alive, but Sky Only will try to defend his ground, putting pressure back onto Alter Ego. Sky Only, he must remember he's still on the outside of the circle. Alter Ego grabbing that vehicle. They could crash in straight onto Hale.
3 SEA teams left remaining to battle it all out for the final chicken dinner right now. Rosemary will eventually be dropped down with a flank coming in from Gosu to take him out and get slow. He's gonna shoot them off the vehicle, and here goes Alter Ego. Claims lies, but there's still Kwang from afar.
Oh man, now Boss Gaming returning fire onto them. But then again, Alter Ego has 10 elimination points in hand. Boss Gaming now wants to steal those elimination possibilities away for themselves.
They still have to deal with STALWART Esports as much as they've been quiet at any given moment. When STALWART decides to strike, that could actually change the course of this battle between these 3 SEA teams. So, a good chance for SA to still claim the final chicken dinner of the night. Potato lobs another grenade towards C. Sky only gets a glimpse of his arm, but that's just about it. He's sticking the pan. I'm not sure if he's going to toss it though, but Gosu finds more and more for Box Gaming.
Okay, Hill Esports out at number 4. 3 teams left. Boss Gaming, the only team with the full squad. STE with 3 players. Alter Ego with 2. But Alter Ego, they're on the other side. But the nade from action on the 10. This could be an opening for STE to come in, and yes, they're on the move.
And there's not much spacing left for the side of Box Gaming inside of the compound's action now, dropping another grenade over on the other corner. Gosu and he's still holding out by himself. 2 members thrusting right in.
Door open.
And turns right through with 1 member being knocked out. It's all down to action right now.
And action comes in, he gets a knock, and he will reset his teammates while IC will stay guard. At the same time, the other members of Boss Gaming, they're on the other side. And they're on the outside circle.
And up till now, Kong's not letting go of that Winchester. By now, I'm not too sure he's going to actually get much out of that weapon to go up against STALWART Esports. But here comes Alter Ego, who is looking for a challenge against STALWART. They're still trying to actually get action back up on his feet. And all the battles will be all aligned for Octa to slowly pick them off.
Oh, Alter Ego now! They're waiting for the right moment to come in. Now it's like playing rock, paper, scissors. Will Box Gaming move first? But then again, Box Gaming, they don't have a choice. They're still on the outside circle. The blue will be on top of them, so they have to come anyway. But Kwang is going to be knocked down by IC. At the same time, Octa wants to secure the elimination point. Kwang, 50% health left, crying up for help. But looks like it's going to be Octa securing it. And yes, he will.
Great damage being done. As much as Trongzi spots out Octa, he could not be able to even land that line of spray. And all of a sudden, these two SEA teams, they're not even looking at STALWART Esports right now, giving so much more room for them to stay afloat. Trongzin, he repositions over onto the bottom of the south. And this is going to zoom directly into the middle, so this is still trouble for the Vietnamese player that's still left remaining here in the top three. So STE, eventually they will have to leave the compounds as well. Smokes are now being tossed directly into the center zone. Stage 9, ladies and gentlemen, and it will all come to a closure. Is it going to be STALWART Esports, Box, or Alter Ego? We'll definitely have to wait for that, but Trongzi now pushes for it. Octa walking onto the hill, spots him out, and that is the end for Box Gaming. A splendid finish at top 3.
Okay, 2v2 right now. STALWART Esports or Alter Ego for the final chicken dinner in this edition, PMRC. And it's a 50-50 between the two teams. Smoke blocking the view of both teams. Octa feels the damage from the nade.
Action now gets himself a little bit more of that open grounds, but I think Octa has gotten a little bit glimpse of him moving around. As he sends random spray bullets into the smoke, they won't be able to connect that grenade either inside the smoke itself. Icy's going to press on forward, and Octa is receiving a little bit more of a chip damage. Now down to Potato. How much can he actually get from the right-hand side of the flag?
Oh!
Octa down! STALWART Esports, they're eyeing on the final chicken dinner of the night.
Oh, Potato 1v2, can he pull out the miracle right now with 50% health left? Potato will not be able to overcome STALWART Esports as they will get the final chicken dinner in the PMRC to close things off for South Asia.
What is going to be the end result? After 4 days of play, STALWART celebrates the grand victory to close off the entire run of the tournament. And of course, we thank all the 16 teams that have been on board. But the question here remains, have SA reclaim those points against Southeast Asia to triumph in the overalls? And also, we have 4MV undeniably at the top.
In all my logical mathematical calculation, I have a feeling that we will get to listen to Tash Bunny sing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the deal.
Yep. That is the deal.
She gotta warm those vocal cords.
Yeah, I can see her doing that right now. Yeah, so anyway, this was one of the, this was actually, this could have been the fastest round of all.
The fastest in Miramar for sure. As much as teams took their sweet time into phase 9, but we've seen by stage 5, there was only like, what, 5 more teams left. Like, that is the rarest occurrence that I've ever seen in competitive play.
Yeah, and then everyone's like, oh, we have so much space, and everyone just hold. And then that's why we needed to wait until like stage 8, stage 9, until everything still closes. Whereas if everyone was still moving, we could have been done by stage 6.
Yeah, if they're going to be that aggressive, of course. Meanwhile, the one that hold the longest, STALWART Esports, was the one that was rewarded with chicken dinner, because we saw all these Southeast Asian teams were actually going at each other's throat in order to take those elimination points. But at the end of the day, the chicken dinner gets all the attention back for STALWART Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be the end for us at the Caster's Desk. I know we have a very small window, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's watching this show for the past 4 days, and the production crew and everyone else behind the scenes. So, Contra, Any final words?
Yeah, really gotta thank all of you guys for tuning in once again. Make sure you continue your support for all the teams that will be participating in the PMWI happening real soon as well. So of course, we definitely want to see you guys next time, but make sure you stay put because we still got Chuchu as well as Tash Bunny with some words to say.
Or some words to sing.
Oh, perhaps so. So with that being said, let's head back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cloud. That's the singing done. And for now, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Tash Bunny here with Chuchu. And let's break down that very intense match. All eyes were on Boom Esports because we wanted to see whether or not they'll be able to come up on top. That didn't work out. But for now, let's have a look at the match rankings here where the chicken dinner, the final one of the day, will be taken away by STALWART Esports.
And this will actually push STALWART Esports, I think, in the last minute as well, and push up the entirety rank of the accumulated points coming from South Asia. Definitely will be overtaken, maybe, perhaps, because Alter Ego do have 13 eliminations. Now, I want to see how big of a difference here. But the highlight is always about 4MV versus Boom early on. But yeah, I see for the player of the match, we do know how this player have such a high caliber, but if you look at how STALWART Esports clutch against the entirety of Alter Ego and Box just now, they try to close the distance. They don't want to fight the long distance fight. They try to make it as CQC or mid-range as possible because that is the specialty of South Asia. They don't like those long fights, while the side of Alter Ego, they try to just put a gap in between as far as they can.
But for now, let's have a look at the top 4 eliminators where we're going to be seeing East taking the helm here with a total of 51 eliminators. And not so far behind, we're going to see from AGIA, it will be followed by Boom Esports, Yummy, as well as Razy. I have to say that for Boom Esports, this is definitely a statement coming here from Southeast Asia, given the fact that their team has been very, very, I would say, aggressive and very, very proactive in taking up space. But South Asia still again, but the champions will be 4MV coming up. Forward, Boom Esports unfortunately not able to bridge the gap.
Boom tried really hard. They forced themselves to push into 4MV on top of Chumacera. It was always been 4MV's place. It was a big race coming up from Boom, but the champions there, 4MV, defended the position well. There has been their turf for the side of Chumacera, and they take the fight willingly and valiantly and push themselves up here in the champion seat. For the side of Boom, on the other hand, it was a risk they must take anyhow, because if they don't try to force push it, and it happens to be for MV going up at the same time as they do, they survive, it's not able to do so for them to close up the 13 points gap early on.
I think if Boom Esports decided to play a little bit more safer, it might be seeing a different outcome. After all, they were doing very well in their usual drop spots and in terms of their rotations as well. Regardless, for 4MV, they have set up themselves up for success, given the fact that they were able to set up such a big, I would say, gap in the past few days here against them as well as the second place teams. Now, the reason why that is very good is the fact that even if they were to be knocked out early with no points, it gives them a lot of wriggle room to make errors. But for now, you can see a little bit of a shift here coming forward from 5th place all the way to below, because Hale, top 1st until top 4th place, will be still maintaining their status quo per se, but STE coming up to the 5th place is also something that we should celebrate because they were able to get almost 20 points in the previous matches. But MVP for this tournament will be
Rosemary.
I mean, honestly, are we surprised given the fact that he is not only very aggressive but very, very proactive? He's been making so much space for his team. He's been able to get so many early pickups, which gives his teammates a lot of breathing room in terms of taking and playing aggressive.
I love Rosemary. He's a nice guy. He's a beast Mary and a rose carry. You have to give it to this guy. He's I'm one of his biggest fans. I just want to say it out loud because I'm so proud of this guy who's been grinding. It was a nobody back then. He was nowhere near up there. Now he's one of the best MVP between two regions nonetheless. Not just the Southeast Asia, but for the entirety of region. But the gap, it's still Southeast Asia because of how Alter Ego pulled it off with a double-digit elimination in the last minute.
Oh man, you really gotta give it to these teams. I mean, for South Asia, what a bombastic start they had. What a statement. And they did definitely put the bar pretty high. And Southeast Asia was very, very happy to answer back the call and the rally. They rallied together. We saw so many situations where even though the first few days we saw Southeast Asia running into each other in terms of rotations, we start to see the adaptations. And once the adaptation happened, it felt like South Asia was just caught by surprise.
It feels like you won the fight, but you lost the battle.
Yes,
It feels like,
definitely.
yeah, South Asia is the champion, but when it comes to accumulation of points, it's going to be Southeast Asia. So who's actually the real champion here?
Exactly. I feel like it's been very neck to neck between these two regions. Almost a tug of war per se, especially during day 3, I believe.
man.
When we start to see them going back and forth between I would say the chicken dinners between the two regions. And just now, I think you pointed out to me during the break that it was kind of like, we start to see that it's going to be a South Asia team followed by Southeast Asia, South Asia again, even on the rankings. So
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not, which team is the winner or which region is the winner, I think it's very fair to say that the teams are just very well matched.
I don't want to be in Boom shoes right now because of why I tell you. They are the one who crashed into 4MV's drop spot first in Chumasera. And the circle just happened to be in their usual drop spot, which was Hacienda del Patron. If only they took, as per usual, the initial drop spot as the past few days of the map in Miramar, right on top of it, that they actually do have a shot of that circle and that chicken. Because of why? So many teams dropping on top of Los Leones, they're fighting outside of a circle. There's only few of them dropping, including MAB around Torre Ahumada. So it's really not a lot of work for them to deal with if they happen to drop as per usual. And not just that, 4MV is the furthest away from the circle. A lot of teams, like you mentioned, stage 5, we're left with 5 teams. Why? Because too many teams are fighting around Los Leones because their way to get into the circle, they have to cut across Los Leones. And if 4MV being eliminated early on, and if it's a very scary word, okay, because it will never happen. If Boom actually do drop Hacienda de Patron, they might actually won that one just now and might be the champions too.
I think that even if they didn't get the chicken dinner, I think they'll be able to go off with a lot of eliminations at the very least. It could have been a whole different story, but it's just, again, I think they wouldn't be called Boom Esports if they don't start the game with a boom or end with a boom regardless. They've always been a very high-risk, high-reward team, and unfortunately in this situation, their high-risk play did not bring the reward that they wanted.
But I get that. I'm sorry, I'm going to drag this just a tiny bit more, okay? I get their sentiment because they do know the fact if they don't take the gamble, it's hard for them to catch up the 13 gap. Because imagine 4MV firepower is great. If they're coming up from the bottom, they win all those fights. And on the side of the northern side, there's not much team coming up from that entry, so it's quite hard for the side of Boom to gain those elimination points. So by the end of the day, if they got themselves chicken dinner, they don't have enough elimination to topple off the side of 4MV. So it's a gamble they have to take anyway, but also don't forget to remind them, we do have the PMRC South Asia versus South Asia one.
Yep, that's right. PMRC coming up very soon. It'll be PEL versus Southeast Asia, which will be happening on the 20th till 22nd of October. So put that in your calendar because that is coming real soon. And I'm really excited to see that because we all know that the PEL has been very, very aggressive and very, very, I would say, a whole new world of PUBG Mobile, in my opinion, to watch. Now, of course, there's also the PMRC versus SA 1v1 popularity contest coming along very, very soon. I'm curious to know who will be chosen as the most popular players to be 1v1ing each other. Chuchu, if you can see a 1v1, which players do you want to see?
Rosemary! Versus possibly Doc or Apex.
Interesting. I would love to see that too. Regardless, we're all out of time. Thank you guys so much for spending your time here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Southeast Asia versus South Asia. Let us know in the comments which region do you think is actually the one on top. And for now, I'm Tash, but alongside Chuchu. We're signing out. I'll see you guys in the next one. Good night, everyone.